the company but to the Namibian nation at large.
We are celebrating Workers' Day, where we are recognized and celebrated.
Wandila ndithire ko Northern Industry popepi no NBC TV. Wandila ndithiwe ni mawajombuno
Hi, my name is Namsa Mareka. I am 14. I am from Windhoek. I want to be Miss Teen Namibia because I feel I can inspire girls like me to do what they believe in if they put their hearts and their minds to.
Greetings Namibia, I am Ubenikone Wongo, 17, from the beautiful village of Ikokola, Ukwaludi. I entered Miss Teen Namibia not for vanity or the desire for personal gain, but because of the unwavering commitment I have to serve others. And I also want to use this platform to inspire positive change among Namibian youth.
Hi Namibia, my name is Tolonga Ikongelwa, 17, born and raised in Windhoek, Namibia. I entered Miss Teen Namibia in order to improve my public speaking skills as well as my confidence and self-esteem. I also entered Miss Teen Namibia in order to advocate for youth empowerment. I believe that many of us are scared to take the step forward and chase our dreams. I am here to inspire our young youth to take the step forward and follow their dreams. Thank you.
Greetings Namibia, I am Gabriela Schulze, 15, born and raised in Windhoek. I am joining Miss Teen Namibia because this is a great opportunity for me to build up self-confidence, to address a large crowd and to increase my public speaking skills by encouraging all the teenagers in Namibia that the things that they thought they couldn't do, all their fears, is all possible when they set their mind to it, and of course if you pray about it. Thank you.
Greetings Namibia, I am Queen Tili Kashia, 17, born and raised in the beautiful capital city of Namibia, Windhoek. I entered Miss Teen Namibia not only for the thrill and opportunity that will be introduced into my life, but also to take a stand for my wonderful advocacy, which is mental health by handling stress. I want to show teens my age that you can do anything you put your mind to, even when you're under a lot of stress, and by making decisions that are very beneficial to you. Thank you.
Namibia, a nation built on the pillars of hard work and unwavering dedication.
Come May 1st, let us come together to celebrate the backbone of our society, the workers.
Join NBC on an exhilarating journey to Kavango East
as we honor the invaluable contributions and indomitable spirit
of our workers. Mark your calendar, a day to unite as a nation in the beautiful town of Rundu to pay tribute to the hardworking men and women who truly make Namibia great.
Namibian Workers United for economic growth and development in the year of expectations
and beyond.
NUNW is embracing the legacy of the late President
Dr. Hage G. Geinkop. Don't miss out on this empowering event where we celebrate the power of the workers. An event that will leave you inspired and uplifted.
Workers' Day serves as both a celebration of workers' rights and a reminder of the essential role that trade unions and labor organizations play. Join us in Rundu in the Kavango East Region for this year's Workers' Day commemorations under the theme Namibian Workers United for economic growth and development in the year of expectations and beyond. NUNW embracing the legacy of the late President Dr. Hage Geinkop. Catch your favorite TV current affairs programs, Good Morning Namibia, Talk of the Nation, One on One, as well as Wheels of Justice on the margins of this event. Tune on to all NBC platforms for these special broadcasts. Do not miss the official commemoration of May Day, the 1st of May, as from 9 a.m. NBC, it's ours.
Hi. You may not recognize my face as belonging to one of the legends we usually cover, but a good story always needs a great narrator. Well, that's where I come in. Now, when you think of a legend of change within a community, what comes to mind? Perhaps being of service to others in whatever way fits your lifestyle. Well, a service to others is the rent you pay for your room here on earth. A service to other living creatures that indirectly affects us humans is also a way to give back. Helping animals heals people isn't just a clever tagline. It's a real thing. or you've taken on the responsibilities of a legend that once was. After all, it takes a legend to make a legend. Well, no matter how you get involved, there is always an unsung story of a Namibian legend within your community that needs to be heard. These are some of the legends that you will be seeing this season on Legends of Change. Catch the show on NBC. Don't miss out on a great story.
Prepare for a new season of In the Community with Ilago Shitatala. We delve into communities to uncover untold stories and share the successes of community-based projects. Today, we are visiting the Mukwe constituency, particularly the settlement of Bagani.
Our political views are not being heard.
We'll explore conservancies and a $1.5 billion Namibia blueberry export project in Dibundu.
This conservancy is more like a government to the San people and to the members itself.
We look into generational farm workers and the government resettlement programs.
People are being evicted from the farms and are left next to the roadside.
The impact of uranium mining.
This is an example of an exploration borehole.
And road safety for learners.
Education is a never-ending task as far as road safety is concerned.
From government housing programs to the new border crossing agreements, we are bringing you the stories that matter to the people of Namibia. Tune in to In the Community with me, Ilago Shitatala, every Sunday at 5:30, only on NBC One.
Namibia, a nation built on the pillars of hard work and unwavering dedication.
Come May 1st, let us come together to celebrate the backbone of our society, the workers.
Join NBC on an exhilarating journey to Kavango East
as we honor the invaluable contributions and indomitable spirit
of our workers. Mark your calendar, a day to unite as a nation in the beautiful town of Rundu to pay tribute to the hardworking men and women who truly make Namibia great.
Namibian Workers United for economic growth and development in the year of expectations
and beyond.
NUNW is embracing the legacy of the late President
Dr. Hage G. Geingob. Don't miss out on this empowering event where we celebrate the power of the workers, an event that will leave you inspired and uplifted.
On the 24th March 2020, Namibian President Hage Geingob announced to the public that a lockdown was a measure in the fight against COVID-19. The lockdown, which has restricted movement in terms of Section 77, subsection 4 of the Labour Act, Act number 11 of 2007, would only allow the movement of people who provide essential services, and members of the general public were to leave home when it was absolutely necessary. In this insert, we meet 5 staff members of the city of Windhoek who are classified as essential workers. They are a small number of individuals who form part of those working in the front line and from who we wish to explore the challenges of working during the COVID-19 outbreak.
it actually affected us badly, in a very negative way. You can't do anything. You constantly on the lockdowns. It's just work. Back home, you stay indoors. But then it affected our families as well. You know, my kids, the family at home, they are actually in fear that I might one day probably bring the COVID to them as well. So some way or the other.
With most members of the public confined to their homes and movement limited, essential workers leave the comforts and sanctuaries of their homes. We asked, what does it mean for them to serve in the role of essential service providers?
Being classified as an essential worker, with us it goes without saying. I think the uniform already establishes the fact that we need to keep on working each and every time. In a nutshell, it's also a good feeling because we render a service which is very important to members of the public. And without us, it's impossible to achieve safety and protection in terms of life and property. It's a good feeling. It goes without saying. We're mandated to do so within our job description. And I go to bed with the feeling of having done an important deed or a good deed on a daily basis, coming out here to assist. So I'm privileged to be regarded as an essential worker.
Having to know that I'm making a difference, I'm playing a role in the combating of the whole COVID-19 motivates me, keeps me going. That's all that matters to me. It's a privilege.
To be an essential worker for me, it gives me the courage to do more because it gives me the idea of I'm also part of the people that are trying to combat the coronavirus through the services that I render to our clients by emptying their bins, making sure their bins are clean. We put them back to their respective houses. Yes. Third, it motivated me to do more than what is expected of me.
I must say COVID-19 really taught me that we need to value life in totality. Life has become so fragile that by just doing a little thing, you can actually be out of this world. Apart from that, it came to teach me that we need to value one another as human beings, irregardless of where we come from, your background, your social affiliation, your level of education and such. Because to be honest, COVID-19 really brought us to be one global citizen. And then it also made us to be all equal actually before COVID, because it does not discriminate. And that is how serious I really value life more than ever.
Firstly, I have to mention that my dad was in an accident. Some time back, I was quite young, and his story inspired me. You know, he was assisted by then, that was International SOS, it's a private service, I'm sure a lot of people know of it. And well, his story really inspired me, and today, here I am. I'm doing the same work as the people that assisted my dad. And what motivates me every day is the fact that I can go out there and, you know, assist somebody who's sick or injured and, you know, do what I have to do in order to get them to the hospital and then hand them over to more definitive care, health care. So, you know, and then once I get them to the hospital, you know, just that handshake is priceless. You take your hand and say, you know, thanks for helping my dad, or thanks for helping my mom, or thanks for helping me, you know. It's a good feeling that I get. So that actually just keeps motivating me on you can say on a daily basis whenever I'm working here. Being seen as an essential worker, I would say that, you know, my job is absolutely necessary. And, you know, any interruption in my job would mean that people, it can have a negative impact on people's health as well as their lives. You know, since I'm operating in Windhoek, I should say for Windhoek's population, entire population or part of Windhoek's population. As we are not the only services that do the same. But yeah, we as paramedics are also just as other health workers that are on the front line of this fight of COVID-19.
It proves futile, protecting and serving in the interests of your fellow men and women when one cannot do the same for oneself. The interviewees explained the fundamentals of health and safety protocols.
Obviously, this was dictated by the World Health Organization for the purpose of ensuring your safety. And it remains mandatory for an individual who is an essential worker, especially for a police officer like myself, to always be geared forward. And when you get into interaction with members of public, you get yourself your hand gloves, protective gloves, your face masks. On a daily basis, regardless of whether I'm on duty or not, wash your hands, exercise social distance, remain at home at all times, and only go out when it's necessary to do so. So those are part of the structures and measurements you put into place. Those are part of the structures and measurements or measures you put in place just to aid yourself and ensure that you're always safe at all times. But it remains mandatory within my duty to always protect myself.
I'm actually grateful for the city. I never knew, well, they are so behind us. They are supporting us in this whole thing, giving us all the safety, health and safety equipments that we need. I really appreciate that. It's very motivating as well to keep on working, to keep on going. Yeah.
With the introduction of COVID-19, the whole time actually we've already been focused with safety first for us as emergency workers. That's how we train as well. Safety is like priority, because if we become injured or our safety becomes compromised, who will be able to assist the patient? So the introduction of this COVID-19 now, you can say we stepped up the game slightly, because now we actually travel with the splash suit. It's in the car. If it's necessary, I'll have to wear it. But if it's not necessary, the mask, the goggles, okay, I'm wearing glasses. It's the same. It's also quite fine for eye protection as well. And then gloves, fine. So, but otherwise, if we do get a COVID-19 case, then we'll wear the splash suit. But like with this case, it was just a sick patient who complaining of chest pain, but there's no other signs of COVID-19, which are on the World Health Organization's website, as well as the CDC. That's where we reference. That's where we reference from when dealing with these, to deal with these cases actually.
One of the biggest challenges that COVID-19 presents is the psychological and emotional toll it has taken on everyone. Men and women providing essential services are no exempt from the trauma and emotional toll this kind of working climate exacts on everyone.
Physical, mental or emotional well-being, I regard it as very important. And I believe that a healthy being is a wealthy being, and that person is an able being. So maintaining physical and mental health, especially in the situation of distress, I regard this to be of paramount importance. Therefore, out of my busy schedule, I try to take 30 minutes just to do some yoga stretches. It really helps me to release so much tension and so much stress. It relaxes me, and in addition, I also just take time to give a phone call to a family member or to a friend that is far. It really relaxes me. Some of them will give you some inspiration, encouragement. We like what you are doing, please keep on doing a good job. And therefore it will just give me peace of mind. And importantly, to maintain mental health, also just to get some sleep. I love my sleep, so I make time as much as possible to make sure that I take my sleep as well.
I feel actually more appreciated because, if you look at it, it's a scary disease because people are dying from it. So, who else would want to be on the front line of the scary disease? So, when people look at me, a lot of people look at me as a hero. They say like, wow, you've got courage, bro. You've got courage to be standing in front of or by sick people and being able to assist them and take them to the hospital. you know, and that goes for my colleagues as well. You know, we are quite a lot in the service actually.
I'm motivated mentally in terms of what the job I do. It's passionate, or it's a passion to come out here to come and assist members of public. They need us each and every day. They call on us to fly it or go to the bullet where it's coming from. So regardless of whatever the case may be, mentally, this allows, my job itself as a whole allows me to come out here and come and do the necessary duties. You keep yourself busy when you're off duty with activities such as reading up on certain books. Also the fact that I'm studying, also make use of that to just get your mind off things. But that in a nutshell already is enough motivation, being in this kind of uniform on a daily basis, just to do what I have to do.
What motivates me the most is that I'm protected by the city. I'm given gloves, not only these ones, we are given latex gloves that we can wash after we are done working. We are given masks, as you can see. We are given water to wash our hands when we are done. We are given sanitizer as well by the municipality. So that keeps me going every day.
More than ever, I treasure every phone call I receive from a friend or a family member. I treasure all the moments that I have spent with my loved ones and those that are close to my heart. So I must say that COVID-19 really humbled us.
It also just reminds us that, you know, us as essential workers, during our duties, you know, we should be, we should have a proactive mindset, you know, because, you know, these things can come anytime. It's just like any other emergency, you know. You never know when it will hit. It's just like when it hit Wuhan, China. We never knew when it's going to get here. And then the time that it got here, it's a reminder that we have to actually always be proactive in our duties.
Teams of essential service providers stretch far and wide to all four corners of the country in true camaraderie and patriotism to their fellow employees. These are some of the words of encouragement frontline workers are sharing with fellow Namibians.
It's trying times. I think it goes without saying that a lot of people are frustrated in this type of situation as such. And as a result, you know, you'd be tempted to get out, to go somewhere and whatnot. Believe me, hardships and hard times come and they go. Maintain the fight, be patient, and it shall all come to pass. I believe in the fact that there's a better day tomorrow.
To my fellow essential workers, colleagues, we are in this together. Let us commit and engage to the call that is put upon us. Yes, we might feel that the burden is put upon us, but I must tell you, if we hold hands, if we cooperate, and if we are kind to one another, I'm telling you, we will actually come to realize that Namibia is even more united than we ever thought.
Workers' Day serves as both a celebration of workers' rights and a reminder of the essential role that trade unions and labor organizations play. Join us in Rundu in the Kavango East Region for this year's Workers' Day commemorations under the theme Namibian Workers United for economic growth and development in the year of expectations and beyond. NUNW embracing the legacy of the late President Dr. Hage Geingob. Catch your favorite TV current affairs programs, Good Morning Namibia, Talk of the Nation, One on One, as well as Wheels of Justice on the margins of this event. Tune on to all NBC platforms for these special broadcasts. Do not miss the official commemoration of May Day, the 1st of May, as from 9 a.m. NBC, it's ours.
broadcast here at the Rundu Sports Stadium in the Kavango East Region. Today we come together to honor the hard work and dedication of the men and women who contribute to the growth and prosperity of our nation. Their efforts, whether in the factories, hospitals, offices or elsewhere, are the backbone of our economy and the driving force behind our development. Namibia, like many other countries, celebrates Workers' Day on the 1st of May annually. This day is dedicated to honoring and recognizing the contributions of workers to the development and growth of the country. The Workers' Day traces its origins back to the labor union movement, particularly the 8-hour day movement, which advocated for 8 hours of work, 8 hours of rest, and 8 hours of leisure. The holiday was first observed here in Namibia in 1990, after the country gained independence from neighboring South Africa. Amongst others, the day is an opportunity to highlight issues facing workers in Namibia. Those inter alia include, but are not limited to, wages, working conditions, unemployment, as well as job security. Trade unions such as the National Union of Namibian Workers, the NUNW, and labour organisations use Workers' Day to advocate for policies and laws that protect workers' rights, as well as promote fair labour practices. Later today, we will witness speeches, cultural performances that highlight the importance of workers' rights and the role of labour in the country's economy. The day is being celebrated this year under the theme Namibia Workers United for Economic Growth and Development in the Year of Expectations and Beyond. The NUNW, the driving force behind the commemoration here at Rundu in the Kavango East Region, is also dedicating the day to the contributions made by the late President of the country, Dr. Hage Geingob, who passed away in the Namibian capital on Sunday, 4 February 2024. Well, fellow Namibians, I'm not alone here at the Rundu Sports Stadium. I'm very delighted to also be joined by Dr. Michael Akupa, Director of Larry. Doctor, good morning to you. Thank you so much for making time for us on this very important day.
Thank you, Brother Denver, and thanks for the invitation to be part of this commentary or conversation on this very important day of workers.
Indeed,
yes.
Indeed. Before we get into the particulars of this specific commemoration, what do you make of the significance of Workers' Day? What does it mean to you in your private capacity, but also in terms of the service that you provide to the Namibian nation?
Yeah, yes. This day is a very important day for myself as a worker. And as you can see, myself and you are still working on this day, that we are supposed to be reflecting on the activities we have experienced in the year cycle of the last May Day to the current May Day. And I think for me personally, it's the whole idea of coming together, the formation of the tripartite, where you've got government, organized labor, and the employers come under one roof and have a conversation about work, life, and how the economy can also be grown.
I'm happy you're holding us accountable in terms of a time frame, Doctor, namely 1 May 2023 to 1 May 2024. It's one thing to say that it's an annual event, it's commemorated every year on the 1st of May. It's something else to unpack what exactly have we accomplished, what have we done, which are the persisting gaps and the loopholes that you're mentioning, where are we at, which are the notable milestones and accomplishment, which are also the persisting gaps and loopholes.
Yes, as someone who is working in the labor sphere, we have observed how workers dealt with issues that were of particular importance to their livelihood, and one of them was the issue of pension reforms. The FEMA Act and the preservation, which many workers were not happy about. And I think what stands out for me was for government to want to listen and give workers an opportunity so that they can engage with this topic, which pertains their livelihood. And then also really the issue of the analysis of the National Employment Policy, number 3. A lot of things happened really there. We were part also of this process, and we have seen, for example, that the National Employment 3 and 2 were not bad policies at all. I think it was rather an issue of not implementing these policies. And I think what comes out of this analysis is to say, whenever we put up a policy, we need to invest in it. We need to create resources so that we can implement this. So these are some of the key highlights. But also to say, in that 1 year cycle, there were also turbulences in the labor sphere. There are new entrants in the space of labor. The workers have also been victimized at the workplace. And one such important thing is that such things are happening in a free country, and also at a time when Namibia was one of the first few countries to ratify the convention, the ILO convention on combating violence and harassment at the workplace. So these were some of the issues that really stands out for me.
Thank you for that very comprehensive overview, Doctor. Now, you're mentioning a number of critically important matters. I want us to return briefly to FEMA if we're talking pension reforms. And our understanding is, from the perspective of particularly the policy maker and the support structures of the policy maker, that it is with the workers' well-being in mind that a portion of their pension is to be retained, without getting into the complexities of what FEMA amounts to. From a labor research perspective, but also from having and bearing in mind the ultimate well-being of the workers, do we have a responsibility to also educate workers on their future financial well-being, that in the event that you gain access to your hard work pension at perhaps too premature age, although it is your money, it is a matter that could be to your detriment at a later stage? I think it is a challenging balance to strike between these interests. What do you make of that?
Absolutely, Denver. You know, the current act that regulates pensions, it's a very old act, and certainly workers must be able to take care of their future or the last days in their lives after they have finished working. But yet again, the bone of contention in this regard is how this should be operationalized. And we have seen that perhaps it would be different if workers were educated well in advance before about how these things work. It's an area which really requires attention, because when a lot of people go in pension are not prepared, whether it's mentally, socially, because a lot of things changes. You know, like when you retire, you leave your power, you leave your office power and all that. So FEMA needs to be explained. The pros and cons needs to be clearly explained. And we should be able, as a country, to explore elsewhere and see how people are doing it. We know that there is a current debate, for example, in South Africa on the issue of pensions, where workers are also speaking more or less the same language as in Namibia, but they are devising strategies on how to deal with the situation. The basic premise is to say there should be resources reserved, and workers should also be able to have access to their resources.
Absolutely.
Yes.
At the end of the day, the individual whose money it is should retain the autonomy and the agency. However much one would want to encourage prudent use and spending of their resources to ensure dignified living even post-retirement. Now, Doctor, we're of course here at the Rundu Sports Stadium here in Kavango East, where the official Workers' Day commemoration is expected to kick off shortly. I want to also return to some of the other matters that you raised. You mentioned that as far as the national employment policy is concerned, we're now entering 3, and 1 and 2, according to you, were not bad policies. However, a problem that's not unique to this industry and to this sector is that we may have very well thought through and nuanced policies in place, but the challenge does lie with implementation. Apart from the obvious relating to resources, which is a matter that you also flagged earlier, how else can we improve and enhance our implementation capacity as a country in general, but within the sector in particular?
Yes. True. So, Denver, we need a better coordination, and I think in the beginning you spoke about the legacy of His Excellency the late President Kane Cobb, and the mantra of his leadership was of coordinating and pulling in one direction. So as it is now, you realize that each and every institution or agency of government is working on its own. And I think more or less
in silos, in other words.
Yes. So in other words, this mantra was kind of to advocate for all government agencies and offices to work together with the stakeholders, which is, for example, in this case, labor and employers. So it is very, very important for us to start to think in terms of how we can coordinate and not work in silos, create that synergy, so that even when the resources are not there, there should be some way or level of implementation that would realize. One would say, for example, that planning and the implementation is located in certain agencies of the government. You know, your National Planning Commission, the Office of the Prime Minister, but still the other ministries kind of operate in their own way, in their own world, and this is what we need to bring together. And I'm happy to say that we have observed in the process of the Global Accelerator, which Namibia is also a champion country, that the idea really is to bring all these ministries together and plan together, so that we can have that synergy, whether it is of implementation of policies or whether it is of organizing or looking for resources to implement these policies.
Thank you, Doctor. Let's take a closer look at the Global Accelerator. I do not want to take it for granted that we're all familiar with the concept and what it entails. Yes. At the same time, I think it's also important to then take a closer look at what it means for Namibia to be a champion country. So could you, in layperson's terms, just help us understand what the Global Accelerator entails in broad strokes and Namibia's role as a champion country, please?
Yes. So
we see the arrival of the Secretary General of the ruling party, Madam Sophia Shaningwa, of course. Yes, Doctor.
Yes. The Global Accelerator is the UN-sponsored program where the Secretary General Guterres was more or less thinking also alike, to say states or member states should begin to plan their resources in a coordinated way in order to reduce poverty, create better or decent employment, and also appreciate the new changes that are coming. So that is, in short, that's what it is. So now the UN has set aside some little resources to assist the countries so that they can do this thing. Now, in our own country, for example, there are new sectors emerging which need to be considered when one speaks about the Global Accelerator. The conversation about the green hydrogen, new clean energy, the new mining activities, like in the critical.
There we witness the arrival of the Vice President and the Minister of Works and Transport, John Motorva, here at the Rundu Sports Stadium in Kavango East. Him, of course, being a son of the soil, such as yourself, Dr. Akupa. You're mentioning a very important point, namely that one of the pillars of the Global Accelerator program is the reduction of poverty.
Yes.
What we do know about Namibia is our three of our biggest challenges are poverty, unemployment, and the levels of inequality in this country. As a champion country, what is it that we are doing And more importantly, what is it that we need to do to become a true champion in the reduction of poverty, in the reduction of unemployment, and in the eradication of the levels of inequality, the second highest in the world we know that we're facing.
Yes. You see now that I was just about to mention the issue of critical minerals that are being discovered in the country. And one of the issues that has not been fully recognized is the issue of value addition.
Yes.
Yes, value addition. So it's a kind of value that should be added in order to reduce poverty and levels of unemployment. Because once value is added locally, it means then that we'll create more jobs. Yeah, the economy will also be able to grow, because at the moment our economy is largely growing in the primary sector and secondary and maybe a little bit of tertiary there. But the issue of value addition is key. Yeah, when we are speaking about championing in this global accelerator process. Yes.
You also mentioned that unfortunately in 2024 there are still intermittent instances of victimization in the workplace. How prevalent do you believe the problem is, and what is it that we're doing about it?
Yeah, the problem is very prevalent. It is just underreported. We did a small study just to scope the employment space and explore whether there are levels of poverty, levels of violence and harassment taking place. And indeed the report has confirmed that there is such happening. Yeah. So the point is, how do we deal with that? Because violence and harassment happens in many ways. It is also variously appreciated culturally and all that.
And that's reported.
Which, yeah, you see, yeah. So I think we need to report more about these incidences. Yeah.
If we're saying there are matters hampering the reporting of violence in the workplace, if we are acknowledging that there are various forms of violence committed in the workplace, how do we deal with those barriers, with those obstacles? Because if we don't deal with those, we'll continuously witness underreporting of this unacceptable phenomenon, and we'll have increased difficulty to eradicate it, Doctor.
Yeah. Yes, absolutely. We have also devised, for example, a training module dedicated to unions and employers alike, to be able to train the concerned people on how to detect and to report. Because remember, once violence is reported at the workplace, eventually it ends up in the criminal justice system. So it is these processes that needs to be appreciated, but they will only be appreciated once people are made aware and are educated about that.
Research and development that you are engaged in is a critically important component, whether it relates to unlocking the potential of these emerging industries, whether it relates to the upliftment of workers ultimately. Do we as a country realize how critically important research and development is? And if we are we sufficiently capacitating that organ?
Denver, I might sound to be the one more complaining today about many of the issues that are happening or that we are observing.
We are both commemorating, Doctor, but we're also taking stock of persisting challenges, and we need to have honest conversations about those. If the pursuit is that we are united in favor of economic growth and development.
Absolutely, and that was just a prelude for me to say, I'm going to tell you how the research and development field looks like. It is not at the desired level. We need to do more. For example, at the national level, we are very happy that there is a creation of the National Commission for Research, but it needs more capacity in terms of resources, because research costs money.
Indeed.
And it is not little money, it's a lot of money. And it's not a field which is also attractive to many people, because it's a tedious process, it's a long process. But we need to put more resources in research and development, Because once you have new information, once you have found out how problems can be dealt with, then you'll be able to place your resources correctly. You'll be able to direct your resources in key areas.
Targeted intervention, in other words.
Absolutely, targeted interventions.
Now, with the research and development levels that we have, with the information at our disposal, you've already flagged a number of issues existing in the workplace in 2024, amongst others being victimization. What does the picture look like in terms of working conditions of our workers in 2024? What does the picture look like in terms of workers' rights, when we know some of those very rights are contained in the supreme law of the land?
Yes.
Yes, Doctor.
Yes. So the issue is there are incidences reported of violation of rights, and these instances that are reported have not, many times have not been dealt with prudently, because remember that we have a system in place that is supposed to make these things not to happen. Workers have experienced negative treatment at their work of place. There were images in the media.
Place of work.
Yes, in the media depicting places of work that were not looking good at all.
Thank you, Doctor.
Yeah.
We'll revisit these issues in a moment. Understand the official program is about to start with our very own Daniel Nadunia as the host for today.
Absolutely.
Amanda!
Wait!
Amanda!
Away!
Allow me to please welcome Comrade Daniel Humbu, who is the president of NANTU, to please come and offer us a prayer for our opening event. Comrade Daniel Humbu, come and bless this event with the opening prayer. Thank you.
The President of the Republic of Namibia, the Right Honorable Prime Minister and the Right Deputy Prime Minister, members of the Cabinet, ministers that are around here, the Governor of Kavango East, the President of the National Union of Namibian Workers, NUNW, the Secretary Generals, the deputies, all affiliates of our great federation. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Let me observe the protocol. My name is Daniel Humbu. I'm the acting president of NANTU, as said by the Director of Proceedings. Thank you very much, Comrade Director, to give me a chance so that I bless this day with a scripture reading and also a prayer. Today is a day of workers, a day when all of us will rejoice, for us to be heavy, people that have got different talents coming together, and as we celebrate them. Have deliberately taken this passage from the book of Athletes, chapters 4, verse 9 to 11. And I want you to listen very, very attentively. And I read. Verse 9 says, "Two are better than one, because they have a good return for their labor. If either of them falls down, one can help the other one up. But pity anyone who falls and has no one to help them up. Also, if two lie down together, they will keep each other warm. But how can one keep warm alone? Though one may be overpowered, two can defend themselves." In actual fact, this verse tells us that we need each other. Having different talents, different abilities, and indeed different potentials, we remain one. We need each other. It is our important role for us to note, to say, each of everyone has got a vital role to play. Because if the other one falls, there is no balance, the unity of purpose. The theme, Director of Proceedings, of this year May Day, it says, "Namibian workers unite for economic growth and development in the year of expectations and beyond." Just as the verse has just told us that we have got different talents, we have got different potentials. I want to urge all of us here today that we have got a specific role to play, and that is to nurture the Namibian child, to nurture the youth, so that they will be able to exploit their talents. And it is the duty of all of us. We are talking about unity here for better development and for better growth. Today we have brought people from different backgrounds of talents and potentials and abilities. Now we are celebrating and rejoicing the day of these very important people we are mentioning and saying the worker. We are all workers, but in different sectors. Therefore, let's keep each other's hand when the other one wants to fall. And if that worker fall, we won't keep a balance, we will fall. Even in science, Sir Isaac Newton, in his law of universal gravitational force, he says when unbalanced force is applied to an object, it acceleration, and that acceleration is eventually proportional. So we have to keep a balance. For a person to stand right up, we need that force, and that is the force of helping each other. With these remarks, shall we pray? Our Heavenly Father, today we rejoice and we reaffirm that Jesus Christ is the only name given amongst men by which we must be saved. It is the only name that can steer our hearts and minds, so that whatever we do it in order to glorify your proceedings, Heavenly Father. Bless us, all of us, as we stand together here. From our President, the office bearers, the Right Honorable Prime Minister, Deputy Prime Minister, ministers, governors, all from the different sectors, so that we stand together and help us to give us the courage and the understand we have got the passion, and the passion is to work for the better of our plan. Bless all of us as we go through these activities. Bless so that give us the courage to be one. We should remember that you have created us to conquer this world, and this world is only through you. When we abide to the rules and the laws that you have given us that. In Jesus' name I pray. Amen.
Thank you, thank you. Thank you very much, Comrade President, for the powerful prayer. And nothing is without God. I was born just somewhere across that road in Kehemu. And when I came to Kavango East, I thought I was the right person to welcome you. Just to look at the program, and I realized that we are going to be welcomed in this mighty region by the Honorable Governor, Comrade Bonifacius Wakudumo. Please, let's put our hands together for the Honorable Governor as he is going to welcome us in this region. Honorable.
Morokenu, dumela ka ufela dumela yoe. Are you there? Rundu, are you there? Workers, are you there? Where Mayday way? Where Kavango East Region way? Where Kavango West Region way? Where Rundu way? My buye, Africa. Thank you very much, Directors of Ceremony, for the floor given to me to move a word of welcome. Directors of Ceremonies, Honorable John Mutorwa, Deputy Prime Minister and Minister of Works and Transport, Honorable Utoni Nuyoma, Minister of Labor, Industrial Relations and Employment Creation, Honorable Minister, my sister Ngipondokwa, Minister of Education, Honorable Lucas Muha, the Chairperson of the National Council, Honorable Deputy Ministers present, Honorable Governors, Honorable Governor Sirka Osiku, my mother-in-law, I have to be very careful, of the Kavango West Region, Honorable Unomasa Werikwa, Governor of Ototonjupa Region, Chairperson of the Kavango East Regional Council, Comrade Damian Maambai, Chairperson of Kavango West Regional Council, Comrade Foromani, Pangurana wa Udigu, Tope Mtwe Pukonzo. All other chairpersons of the regional councils present here, all members of parliament, both houses, Honorable, Your Worship, the Mayor of Rundu Town Council, and all other mayors present, all honorable regionals and local authority councillors present, Comrade Job Munyaro and UNW Secretary General, and all workers leadership present, all distinguished traditional authority leadership present, our Inspector General, Comrade Sikongo, and all other police officials present, all senior government officials and state-owned enterprises and agencies present, the organizing committee, distinguished invited guests, member of the public, member of the media, ladies and gentlemen, once again, a very good morning to you. It is a great honor and privilege for me to welcome you to Rundu Town in particular and Kavango East Region in general as we celebrate May Day today. May Day, also known as the International Workers' Day. Yes, I'm fire today, ne? You know, we are overwhelmed. Before I proceed with my statement, let me also welcome and recognize the SWAPO Party Secretary General, Omkwaita Meme Sophia Shaningwa. We Sophia, we. My sincere apology, my mother. I was talking about my mother-in-law. Now, how come you forget your own mother? My sincere apology, my senior. Thank you. That is the spirit. And also, James, thank you also for reminding me. And the Deputy Speaker is also in our midst. The Deputy Chairperson of the National Council is also here. And the Governor of Kunene, you got lost, I didn't see you. Welcome, my brother. Okay, thank you. It is a day to honor the contribution of workers and to reflect on the ongoing fight for fair labor practices and improved working conditions. In Namibia, May Day is a time to celebrate the resilience and dedication of Namibian workers, highlighting their crucial role in the country's development agenda. As you are all aware, our history of struggle started with the workers, who at that time had to endure the humiliations of the inhuman labor contract system which was implemented by the South African apartheid regime. Because of our experience with the deplorable condition under which workers were placed, upon our attainment of independence, the government of the Republic of Namibia introduced the Namibian Labour Act to, amongst others, regulate basic terms and conditions of employment and protect employees from unfair labor practices. There is a need for us to see that the workers are the fire that ignites the engine of our economy. They are the most valuable assets in the fight against poverty and in pursuit of our prosperous future. We should also know that work is about more than just making a living. It is a fundamental to human dignity, to our sense of self, worth and useful, independent and free people. With these few words, let me once again welcome you all to the Kavango East Region. And before leaving the podium, if I did not recognize anybody, it was not deliberate, it's just human mistake. Everybody in your various capacities, you are recognized and feel at home. Mpandu, twavatambura sanye vagenda. Amesingano kuvatambura na wangapi nepo skavangonye. Uwe vagenda we. Tunamtambura vagenda, twamtambura. Yaro Mpandu.
Thank you very much, Honorable Governor, for welcoming us to your beautiful town and region in particular. Honorable Governor, as much as we are welcomed, I think you left out a very important announcement. Perhaps let me do that. Colleagues, if nature calls, behind the stadium, there's 2 toilets, male and female. Please, let's make use of them. And for our comrades and friends in the tent, just behind the tent, we have male and female when nature calls. And I would like to make a very short announcement to all our comrades and colleagues who have parked their vehicles here, if possible, just to push them a bit in front so that we have our very important invited workers to have a seat in that area. Would like these chairs to be offered to the workers who are standing there close to the fence. Thank you. I hope the cultural group, Ukume Cultural Group is ready. Please let us show our invited guest what Kavango East is made of. Ukume Cultural Group, and I would like to request the Chicano family to be ready for the next item after the Ukume Cultural Group. Amandla! Amandla!
Namibia is a people's union. We strive together and we stand together as one. Namibia is a people's union. We strive together and we stand together as one. Kelota mongela ona pulio mateka usiku no mtenya ona kusofa tuli imweshi la piano bana ilonga katuna shakudulu nonge hengu ilonga taikana satu ile moluepo soto apungwe kwapo soto apungwe batelo Amonda longa nale Moilonga monda kalamo Dalonga molele fimbo Moko pule wete no jabie Amochirio batata yange Napuya Namibia is a people's union. We strive together and we stand together as one. Napuya Namibia is a people's union. We strive together and we stand together as one.
Pandu. Pandu. Chicano family, one item, please. One item.
At the Kavango East Region, Rundu Sports Stadium, for the official commemoration of Workers' Day 2024, commemorated under the theme this year, Namibian Workers United for Prosperity in the Year of Expectations and Beyond. Doctor, we were talking about the working conditions of workers 34 years down the line from independence. You were flagging some of the challenges that we experience. What's your take?
Yeah, you know, these challenges I was speaking about, they vary. And as I was saying that one of them was characterized by violence and harassment. And it has become so difficult for workers to report these things. And that's why we're saying that it's very important that awareness is created that violence and harassment does not have a place at the workplace. Especially now that we have ratified the convention of the ILO.
Thank you, Doctor.
Yeah.
Thank you very much.
Yes.
mame ya ye, mama ya mi juayanga, e mama juayanga. Mama ya me tu na riste me moto na wakwe. Kuchi munguri na fagotu moto na bate mama ya lele, ya ya. Zenga unewe, zenga kwa zenga kwekwe, musono makumbata makutwala kulo makwekwe, hanase kulinga kutwala kulo ayaya makwekwe, kuliko Mungu kuwana, yaya, hazo hene makutukanai, kana mbata choya. Mama ya miakwetu, mama ya miakwekwe, iwa mame, iwa mama, iwa. Mama ya mia kwetu mama au mwana tengo alipwila kwetu ajipitwa aliyoma hangana hiya
Andunuka neno mpembe wa ndema weyo engamata sikangala ehaka wote kutambula wamfuko te kutambula.
Viva Workers, viva! Viva Workers, viva! Are you happy? Thank you.
We earn our strength through unity. Unity is strength, and unity is a source of strength. This motto was well thought, and that is the motto that governs the principle.
Thank you very much, the Okume Cultural Group and the Kano family for that brilliant performance. I would like to make an announcement. There is a driver of the Nantu car N136354W who's parked in front of the stadium. It's blocking the workers' view. Please, can you just assist us to move that car? Viva the workers, viva! Viva the workers, viva! Amantla! I'm very much excited as a worker today because we are joined by the Employers Federation, we are joined by government officials, we are joined among us, the ruling party, and all strategic stakeholders. And I hope that today, as workers, we are going to make use of this platform to engage and put our message through in terms of the workers' rights and workers' interests. Before we introduce the next speaker, please allow me to welcome Comrade Nadunya to come. Please establish protocol. I think we have omitted that part. Before the official first speaker, after the welcoming, Please, can you establish protocol for us? Thank you.
We Varugani we! We Varugani we! We Kavango East we! Pandu! We did not omit establishing the protocol. What happened is we wanted to break the tradition, you know. We wanted to break the tradition of we wanted to break the tradition of directors of ceremony establishing protocols. We trusted that the governor will basically establish the protocol. But then we realized tradition is not to be broken. so allow me to establish the protocol. His Excellency Dr. Nangolo Mbumba, in absentia, President of the Republic of Namibia, the Right Honorable Prime Minister, Dr. Sarah Kuhongerwa Amadila, in absentia, the Deputy Prime Minister, Honorable John Mutorwa, here present, the President of NUNW, Comrade Philip Mnenguni, and its Secretary General, Comrade Job Muniaro, here present, and the Deputy Secretary General, Severin Tame, all presidents of the NUNW affiliates union and their deputies, all secretary generals and deputy secretary generals of the NUNW affiliates, as well as the general secretaries of NUNW affiliates, members of the cabinet present, Honorable Utoni Nuyoma, the Minister of Labor Relations and Employment Creations, and all ministers present, all members of the National Assembly and National Council present, the Secretary General of the SWAPO Party, Comrade Sophia Shaningwa, SWAPO Party Secretary of Labor, Comrade Modestus Amtse, Honorable Governor of Kavango East, Honorable Bonifacius Wakudumo, and all honorable governors present, honorable regional councillors of Kavango East and all regional councillors from other regions, His Worship the Mayor of the Rundu Town, Gabriel Mukenge Kanyanga, and all other mayors of other towns present, local authority councillors of Kavango East and all other councillors present, traditional and spiritual leaders of Kavango East and all other present distinguished representatives of the Employer Federation, Mr. Libonina Nawa, all members of the NUNW family, all workers and members of the general public present, members of the media, comrades and friends, we already welcomed you. Thank you so much. This is the protocol that we have now established, and I apologize for having broken the tradition, but it's now established, so I hope that we'll abide by the protocol established. Thank you so much. Thank you. Viva workers, viva! Viva workers, viva! Today is your day. As workers, you are here to celebrate your hard work and contribution to the Namibian economy. It seems we keep on breaking the tradition. It seems we keep on breaking the tradition and we forgot to acknowledge in absentia the Vice President of the Republic of Namibia, Dr. Netumbo Nandi Ndaitwa. Omake. Thank you so much. Now we are going to welcome to the podium the representative of the Employers Federation, that is Mr. Nawa, Mr. Livonina Nawa, to kindly give his remarks. Thank you so much.
Greetings to you all. As already introduced, my name is Livonina Nawa, representing the Namibian Employers Federation, which is NEF. The protocol has already been established, though I could also hear that at the same time it will be broken. So I'm not sure whether to say as per the established protocol or all protocol observed, but whichever is correct, I mean that one. Thank you. Directors of ceremony, thank you for having me here. Dear workers, members of the media, ladies and gentlemen, I am honored to be here representing employers and to celebrate Workers' Day with you. On this International Workers' Day, we stand united, employers and employees, woven together by purpose and shared aspirations. Under the resounding theme of Workers United for Economic Growth and Development in the Year of Expectations and beyond, let us reflect, celebrate, and commit to a future that transcends boundaries. As employers, we recognize that our success is intricately tied to the well-being and prosperity of our employees. Workers' Day is essential so that there is worldwide reflection on the needs and rights of the workers, and to ensure that our continued focus will further contribute to achieving decent work for everyone engaged in Namibia's workforce. The theme for today, Workers United for Economic Growth and Development in the Years of Expectations and Beyond, addresses both the employers and workers at the same time. We can say with certainty that the past years have been marked by unprecedented challenges. However, we have also witnessed remarkable resilience and adaptability. Our workers have been the backbone of our organization ensuring continuity even during difficult times. The year ahead holds great promise. We expect new opportunities, breakthroughs, and achievements. But our vision extends beyond the immediate future. This day is celebrated worldwide to pay tribute to the contributions of workers and their social and economic achievements. Especially on this day, we zoom in on the contribution to our economies and for them to be respected and honored for playing their vital part in our drive to achieve constant economic progress. The seeds we sow today yields tomorrow's abundance. This year, our expectations stretch beyond mere targets looking at economic growth as a shared harvest through empowered teams where each member is a torch bearer, igniting excellence, where innovative solutions become our collective brilliance, solving complex puzzles, laying footprints of sustainable impact, and finally the legacy expands by the stories told that ignites the spark today and in the future. As employers, we consider your growth to be our legacy. We create an environment where ideas flourish, mistakes are seen as learning opportunities, and encouragement in abundance. Together, we don't just focus on profits, we also prioritize the fulfillment of every worker. We appreciate and commit to supporting every worker who puts in extra effort, dreams big, and contributes beyond the assembly line. Your hard work isn't just labor, it's an essential part of our success story. In closing, ladies and gentlemen, I want to assure you that the NEF and our members, together with the workers, unions, and government, will continue to have dialogue on issues of concern as we strive for a conducive working environment and adhere to international labor standards. As the world evolves, so must we. Let's embrace change, adapt swiftly, and sculpt our own destinies. Development is our birthright, and we claim it unapologetically. Let us honor the labor movement's legacy by recognizing the dignity of work. May Day reminds us that progress is a collective endeavor. Let's raise our voices to unite that transcends cubicles, to growth that knows no bounds, to shared journey that defies seasons. Thank you, dear workers, for your unwavering commitment. Let's march forward, united, toward economic growth and development. I thank you. Viva workers, viva! Viva workers, viva! Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mr. Nawa. Indeed, progress is a collective endeavor. We are going to get a message from the NUNW, that is the May Day message. But before that, B Square, are you ready? B Square, can you please entertain us? I also just want to announce that this proceeding is being broadcasted live on NBC TV and radio, as well as on YouTube. So we also want to thank our viewers at home, those watching from their television sets and those listening on radio. B Square.
Yes, sir. Borokeni. Anane, menyam kunda. Yaro. Yaro, 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 yaro. Nawanye. Nawa. Poiro yemwe sene. Wagenda wawiza mumkunda goge. Towatambura. Omatu watambura ngapi? Tulikunda kundeni. Ipidiweko. Ani mezubale hapo. Ya. Wale moru nyemba ngapi? Moru wambo ngapi? Moru sambiu ngapi? Mara era kale tuli mwetupu. Onewe koro lyange. Wakaume zange. Ani mezubale hapo. Mezubale hapo. Rande range. Rande range. Tango nakuzigida. Turenipo. Turenipo. Litu. Turenipo naite. Turenipo. 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 Mamona naitaka stimba. Yes, yeah. Mr. Settlement, we need 2 microphones. Mukadi gombeyo naite. Naita gesonde. Awe, tudi umbumba tanai kura kudana. Ningapi? Makora mgori kati mkwani. Mgori kati mkwani ni hapa nata mega. Tomu mkwatesa konyi. Ningapi? DJ, fire. Wait.
At the Rundu Sports Stadium, where the official commemoration of Workers' Day 2024 is underway. We will witness an interlude by B Square shortly. Artists of the region, and there they are.
Get
jo chijekala zote. Ya Bandu natengura. Tengurepo. Turenipo naite. Turenipo naita geso morkwangari. Hakeni ho naite. Hakeni ho naita morsambiu. Mr. Litu, come back. Rewind it. Naite. Turenipo naita gesonde. Wena officers kama mina. Yetu moirga na akara. Says put the uniform. Awe nage. Hakeni ho naite. Hakeni ho naita gesonde. Nage naita gesonde owe. Nganyoe. Nganyoe naita. Mr. DJ. mpoze tutu avongo na ini kayakwe tu. Pandu Bisque.
Varugani. Varugani, are you there? Nyemna afatupu. Kapna kumzula nawa. Varugani. Pandu. We now acknowledge the arrival of the Honorable Minister of Labor, Industrial Relations and Employment Creation, Honorable Utoni Nuyoma. While the minister makes his way to the tent, TKB, are you ready? The TKB, ametanizi kosambusu nikapapare kawe. TKB, if the TKBs are not ready, TKB, are you ready? Okay.
Boro. Asingateko. Nena tatka baru kaya iwa siri ni gapi. Asitimeni kumasi. Abetanizi kosambusu. Erie paru ryange. Erie paru ryange. Workers Day! DJ roll it. Let's go. Yebo. Come on. Yo. Let me see your hands in the air. Come on.
Ametanizi kosambusu nikapaparika we. Elie barurenge. Nina harama we. Elie barurenge. Nina harama.
Thank you. Thank you, TKB. Now it's my honor to invite the Honorable Minister of Labor, Industrial Relations and Employment Creation, Honorable Utoni Nuyoma, to deliver his message. Omake! Make!
Viva the NUNW, viva! Viva the workers of the world, viva! Viva the workers of Namibia, viva! Aluta, a Victoria. Thank you very much, Program Director. Comrade Deputy Prime Minister John Mutorwa, representing His Excellency Dr. Nangolo Mbumba, Comrade Secretary General of the SWAPO Party, Comrade Sophia Shandingwa, Honorable Ministers and Deputy Ministers, General Secretary of the NUNW, Comrade Job Munyaro. I see also the President here of the Federation, Comrade Philippus Munenguni, President, Secretary Generals and General Secretaries of the NUNW affiliated unions, represented from the Namibia Employers Federation, Mr. Libonina Nawa, members of parliament, Governor of Kavango East and other honorable governors from other regions, His Worship the Mayor of Rundu Town and other mayors from other towns, all councillors of Rundu and other towns, traditional and spiritual leaders, workers of Namibia, members of the media, ladies and gentlemen. I'm honored to be with you on Workers' Day, which is being celebrated under the theme of Namibian Workers United for Economic Growth and Development in the Year of Expectation 2024 and beyond. I stand before you committed to fostering a productive dialogue, ensuring fair labor practices, and championing the rights of workers across our nation. Our partnership is crucial in shaping policies that uphold dignity, equity, and prosperity for all. Director of Ceremonies, esteemed delegates, Namibia joins more than 160 countries worldwide to celebrate Workers' Day today. International Workers' Day has its origins in the worker struggle in Europe and the United States in the later half of the 19th century to achieve an 8-hour workday. May 1 was adopted as International Day in 1989 by the Second International and International Federation of Socialist Parties and Trade Unions to unite workers in their struggles and to remember their martyrs. The need for unity was aptly stated by Karl Marx, whose ideas ignited the workers' movement in that era. Workers, I quote, "Workers of the world unite. You have nothing to lose but your change. You have a world to win." On this Workers' Day, as a nation, pay tribute to the Namibian workers who led the struggle for Namibia's independence and to the succeeding generation of Namibian workers. We shall never forget that SWAPO was founded by the Namibian workers to eradicate the system of colonialism and apartheid, which thrive on the oppression of black workers. Our founders were committed to build an independent Namibia on a foundation of freedom, equality, and social justice. They adopted a Namibian constitution that is designed to foster unity among our people and to promote their well-being. Article 21 establishes the fundamental right to join trade unions. Article 19.5 is intended to ensure that Namibia shall be pro-union by enjoining the state to adopt policies aimed at, among others, I quote, active encouragement of the formation of independent trade unions to protect workers' rights and interests and to promote sound labor relations and fair employment practices, end of quote. This led to the adoption after independence of a comprehensive labor legislation that supports the trade union representation, establishes basic rights and protection for workers, guarantees basic conditions of employment, and promote collective bargaining. These contributions of Namibian workers are central to Namibia economic growth and development. We are living in a time of rapid change. where technological advancement and globalizations are reshaping industries and labor markets. In face of such transformation, the role of trade unions become even more critical. It is your steadfast commitment to protect the rights and interests of workers that will guide us through these transitions and ensure that no one is left behind. This contribution can enable Namibia to achieve its national vision of an industrialized and prosperous Namibia and the goal of decent employment for all. Director of Ceremonies, esteemed delegates, I will now report briefly on several areas of significant progress in government efforts to strengthen social justice in the area of labor and employment. The Tripartite Task Force on the Amendment of the Labor Act 2007 is expected to complete its work, I hope, within this month. Although the amendment process has taken longer than expected, I am confident that the social partners have been given full opportunity to make their input into the amendments. Among other provisions, the amendment will enshrine the right to occupational safety and health and the right to freedom from violence and harassment at work as fundamental rights and freedom protected by the law. Major amendments and administrative procedures will also be introduced to revamp the system of alternate dispute resolution to ensure speedier and more cost-effective proceeding. The proposed national minimum wage will be submitted to Cabinet in the coming 2 weeks, and it is intended that Namibia first national minimum wage will come into effect later this year. Other labor and employment bills that will be introduced this year are the Occupational Safety and Health Bill, the Compensation for Work-Related Accidents and Diseases Bill, and amendments to the Employment Services Act, the Affirmative Action Act, popularly known as the Employment Act, and the Social Security Act. The Social Security Commission has commenced its planning to operationalize the National Pension Fund, which is designed to protect the workers in both formal and informal sectors. The fund will contribute to the improved security of all Namibian workers in old age in accordance with the constitutional principles. As you may recall, Namibia was designated last year as a Pathfinder country in the United Nations Global Accelerator for Jobs and Social Protection for Just Transition. After His Excellency, the late President Hage Geingob committed Namibia to a whole-of-government approach to creating jobs and extending social protection through this ambitious and innovative program. The GA will be implemented through partnership of government, the United Nations, the trade unions, employers, organizations, and other role players. We expect the GA to make a large and measurable impact in reducing unemployment, which is threatening the future of our youth and in extending social protection. A successful GA roundtable last week brought together a wide range of role players to examine in depth the maximization of employment in the agricultural sector. Another roundtable will be held in around 15 or from the 15th of May on the biomass value chain and employment. From these two roundtables, Namibia will submit a joint proposal with several UN agencies, the UN SD Fund, for catalytic funding to initiate in coming months. Selected programs that have the potential to create thousands of jobs, particularly for the youth, and to support new sustainable enterprises in the area of social protection, in addition to the National Pension Fund. The Global Accelerator Program will support the introduction of a National Employment Insurance Fund and will examine how to extend maternity protection to those women not covered by Social Security. The GA program will also devise a national strategy to formalize the informal economy. Before closing, I will discuss the importance of strengthening our trade unions and promoting unity among the workers. I know of no country in the world where non-union workers have better wages and working conditions than those workers represented by the trade unions. However, it is my opinion that many workers in Namibia today do not understand or appreciate adequately how trade union membership can benefit them, their families, and the Namibian nation, and so many have negative attitudes towards trade unions. We must work hard to demonstrate the positive value of trade union membership. That is only the time when your interest as a worker can be safeguarded and protected. We must work hard to demonstrate the positive value of trade union membership. I also encourage you to consult multimedia strategies to publicize the gains that workers have achieved through your affiliate unions and to keep trade union activities and views in the public eye. In my opinion, trade unions can play a stronger role in economic and development by prioritizing the organization of unorganized workers and the organization of workers in the new areas of economic development. Advocating that government policies and investment programs include content that ensure labor protection and maximization of employment creation. Working to strengthen industry-wide collective bargaining. I repeat, working, and it is important to strengthen industry-wide collective bargaining. Providing ongoing education, including computer literacy for all your memberships, and strengthening of internal union democracy. I encourage trade unions, both old and new, to create platforms to promote unification of the labor movement and to create alliances between and among federations on matters of common interest. I am informed that 44 trade unions are registered with the Labor Commissioner. fragmentation of trade unions, representation in sectors, and unprincipled raiding of established bargaining units will never be in the interest of workers and can lead to unwarranted instability in labor relations. In unity, there is always strength. Director of ceremony, delegates, there is much that can be done to strengthen the relationship between government and the trade unions. I intend to invite trade unions leaders to meet with me in the near future to brief each other and to explore concrete ways to support trade union priorities. As social partners, within the spirit of tripartism, we must continue to prioritize issues such as fair wages, decent working hours, working conditions, and access to training and education. We must also address emerging challenges such as the gig economy, automation, i.e., and the growing digital divide, ensuring that our policies are inclusive and equitable for all. Furthermore, we must reaffirm our commitment to uphold the fundamental rights of workers, including the right to organize, collective bargaining, and participate in the democratic decision-making processes that affect their lives. Viva the workers, viva! Viva the NUNW, viva! Viva the workers, viva! Aluta, a Victoria, thank you very much.
Thank you, Honorable Minister. Thank you for the message. Of course, the role of trade unions has become even more critical in order to achieve the national vision, that of achieving social justice and economic development. And some good news there we heard from the minister is that minimum wage will soon be implemented and amendments to the existing legislatures aimed at addressing emerging challenges. Thank you so much, Honorable Minister. It's now my honor to invite Comrade Lloyd Shanika, Nantu Secretary General, to deliver the NUNW May Day message.
Are you there? Are you ready? Everybody, clap your hands. Walk, 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 walk. Okay.
Viva workers, viva! Viva Napu, viva! Viva Nantu, viva! Viva Nafau! Viva Namiu! Viva Davu! Viva Manvu! Viva Nafau! Viva all the affiliates, viva! Long live workers, long live! Thank you, comrades. Directors of proceedings, His Excellency Dr. Nangolo Mbumba, the President of the Republic of Namibia, in absentia, however, so represented by our Deputy Prime Minister, Honorable John Mutorwa, the President of NUNW and its affiliates, its Secretary General and Deputy Secretary General, all presidents of NUNW affiliate unions and their deputies, all secretary generals and general secretary of the NUNW affiliates, members of cabinet present, Honorable Utoni Nuyoma, Minister of Labor, Relation and Employment Creation, and all other ministers present here today. All honorable members of the National Assembly and National Council present, the Secretary General of the SWAPO Party, the SWAPO Party Secretary of Labor, Honorable Governor of Kavango East, and all other honorable governors present, honorable regional councillors of Kavango East, and all other regional councillors from other regions present, His Worship, the Mayor of Rundu, and all other mayors of other towns present, local authority councillors of Kavango East, and all other councillors present, traditional and spiritual leaders of Kavango East, and all other present. And I would like one to appreciate the presence of His Majesty Hompa Alphonse Kaundu, Hompa of the Mbuza Traditional Authority, and Her Majesty Hompa Munjembwe Kanyetu Sophia, the Hompa of Shambu Traditional Authority, distinguished representative of Employers Federation, all members of the NUNW family, all workers and members of the general present, members of the media, comrades and friends, a very good morning to you. Esteemed guests, colleagues and friends from every corner of our great nation, Namibia and beyond. Today, we are gathered here not just as a congregation of workers, but as a united family under the banner of solidarity, progress, and remembrance under NUNW. In past years, the celebration of International Workers' Day themes have focused on maintaining productivity, health, safety, decent work, and economic empowerment, as well as fighting corruption, job losses, and privatization of public institutions. In 2020, for instance, our theme was Workers Unite to Fight Economic Lockup, Unemployment, Exploitative Earnings, and Health Catastrophic due to COVID-19 effects during 2020 and beyond. In 2021 and 2022, our themes were focused on advocating for economical growth and uniting against job losses, liquidation, and outsourcing of state-owned enterprises. In 2023, NUNW commemorated May Day was under the theme Workers United in ensuring productivity for national economic growth and guarding against unfair labor practices in the world of work. In 2023, May Day theme highlighted the importance of unity of purpose in the face of adversity and working towards a common goal of economic prosperity, justice, and dignity. 2024 themes and goal. This year, May Day 2024, is held under the theme Namibian Workers United for economic growth and development in the year of expectation and beyond. In embracing the legacy of the late President, His Excellency, Dr. Hage Gonfried Geinkop, it embodies our collective aspiration for economic empowerment, job security, and labor practices. We remember the goals set by our late President, Dr. Hage Gottfried Geinkop, and endeavor to build his legacy. Our focus remains steadfast on advocating for policies that ensure sustainable growth, equitable distribution of resources, and upliftment of every Namibian worker. Today, we shall overcome the challenges of poverty, inequality, and unemployment, marching towards a future where every worker contribution is valued and rewarded. It is with a heavy heart that we commence today's commemoration by remembering the remarkable life and leadership of our late President, Dr. Hage Gottfried Geinkop. His departure on the 4th of February 2024 has left a void in our hearts, but his legacy of unwavering dedication to our liberation and the advancement of workers' rights continues to inspire us. I would like to invite you, comrades, to observe a minute of silence in his honor and remembrance of the worker who died in line of duty, and reflect on monumental strides workers made under his guidance. May we rise, please, to pay him this honor. Thank you. May his rose continue to rest in peace. In the same breath of remembrance, the NUNW family welcome with open arms and hopeful hearts His Excellency Dr. Nangolo Mbumba, our new president, to continue where the late president left off. This transition marks a chapter of continuity in our journey towards peace, stability, and prosperity. As we stand on the threshold of the year of expectations, under His Excellency President Mbumba, capable leadership, we are confident in the strides we will make towards economic growth and development in the year of expectations and beyond. It is a call to action. Every Namibian worker and a member of the general public to unite in support of our new leader and his cabinet, to rally behind the government and to contribute to our collective future with unwavering faith and relentless effort. Today, we are indeed pleased to have his blessing as a keynote speaker at this very important workers' event, a day that is celebrated by all workers globally. Your Excellency in absentia, Director of Ceremonies, comrades and friends, ladies and gentlemen, today, on the 1st of May, 2024, we celebrate May Day as an international testament to the spirit, resilience, and dedication of workers around the globe. It is a day that transcends borders, uniting us in our shared struggle and triumph. The labor movement across the world have paved way for significant reforms that we often take for granted. As we stand here today, let's remember the power of unity, the importance of our collective efforts, and the undeniable impact we have on shaping economies and societies. Let's draw inspiration from the word of Mehmet, who once said, "Today, in the May Day, find a worker and shake his or her hand with gratitude. Without workers, no civilization could be built." Mehmet continues saying, "May Day is not an ordinary day because it is a day that cherishes the extraordinary people who are the workers. If suddenly the whole workers of the world disappear, then the whole world will stop. Let us all realize this and let us celebrate workers, these great people who make our world move." The month of May, comrades, ladies and gentlemen, according to Mehmet, May Day is the month of expectations. Equally, 2024 is so declared by the late President, Dr. Hage Gottfried Geinkop. Shakespeare have it that May month is the month of wishes and the month of hope. As full of spirits of the month of May and as gorgeous as the sun of midsummer. In analyzing the 2024 May Day theme, we need to look at Namibia GDP record, to which the National Planning Commission concluded that such growth moderated at 4.3% and which translated into real GDP growth at an average of about 2.3% per annum from 1990. This growth was, however, found not to have translated into substantial reduction of poverty, income inequality, and unemployment, according to Chevron 2013. Notwithstanding, the mining sector, including the oil exploration investment, was found to have enabled the country's economy to grow by 4.2% in 2023 and recover to the pre-pandemic level. This good development still left key sectors such as the construction and the financial industries lagging behind. As a mixed economy, which is a cocktail of private freedom, centralized economic planning, and government regulation, we are united in calling for continued improved infrastructures with the aim to create jobs, increase the country productivity level, and enable business to operate efficiently. Workers call for concerted effort aimed at addressing and demand side through monetary policies, fiscal policies that aims at increasing government spending, and quantitative easing that addresses the issue of increased monetary supply. On the supply side, we demand for increased investment in education, training, and development, which includes workforce education and training as well as well-educated workforce, which is essential for any economy to compete in a global marketplace. In this regard, workers call for strengthening vocational training at all levels to increase practical knowledge and skills required in mass production and manufacturing. It is accepted as a norm at an average growth of additional year of schooling. Increase the workforce individual earnings by 10%. Such investment in training, human resource, and development has a multiplier effect and generated economic growth. NUNW believes that in the year of expectations, we need to, as a country, give hope to our people who are increasingly filing the troops of the unemployment, irrespective of their knowledge levels. We need to focus on the best ways of utilizing our natural resources to the benefit of the current and the future generation through securing our equity in the ownership of those natural resources to private entrepreneurs are given the right to exploit such resources in order to increase opportunity for intergenerational benefits between current and future generations. Ladies and gentlemen, members of the media, comrades and friends, in recognizing workers' valuable input, the National Union of Namibian Workers urge all Namibians today to celebrate and commemorate May Day in reorganizing and recognizing their invaluable contributions. NUNW wants workers to honor the progress they made in improving their labor rights and conditions of employment and advancement of the welfare of the workers. It is a day to reflect on workers' achievement, to acknowledge challenges, and to renew solidarity and activism. During these celebrations of 1st May, NUNW and all Namibian workers essentially reaffirm the strength of the labor movements and together honor all workers' past sacrifices while mobilizing for continuing advocacy. Our celebration and commemoration shall further unite Namibian workers, amplify their voices, complement on the advocacy for the rights and interests, as well as sound labor relation and fair practices. Equally, ladies and gentlemen, during the celebration, as workers, employers, and the government, we are exchanging critical feedbacks to each other, which feedback shall form the foundation for sound communications and create a fertile ground for fair employment practices. Still, we have a couple of things that we wish to highlight, which needs policymakers' attention and urgent action in order for the country to continue with an upward gradient in economic growth and development. These are solidarity with the Palestine. Ladies and gentlemen, comrades and friends, in the spirit of international brotherhood, our hearts goes out to the workers of Palestine. We continue to face unimaginable adversity. The ongoing conflict has led the loss of innocent life, destruction of infrastructures, and untold suffering. The workers of Palestine deserve our unwavering support and solidarity as they fight for their rights, dignity, and survival against oppression. The UNW unreservedly condemn these attacks that seeks to eliminate the Palestinians from the face of earth, and we commend our government's effort in condemning these injustices and stand firm in our belief that peace, humanity must prevail over violence. National minimum wage. The Minister of Labor Relation Employment Creation in 2021 appointed a second minimum wage commission, which was chaired by Dr. Marius Kudumo. The commission recommended a minimum wage of 18 Namibian dollars per hour, and that of the lowest earners, like workers in security, domestic, and agriculture, a consideration of biannual review of their minimum wage to gradually reach the recommended minimum wage. This recommendation has been also reviewed by ILO and confirmed to be the most feasible under the circumstances. However, the country is still waiting a formal implementation of that recommendation. And we are just, Honorable Minister just informed us that in a month's time, it goes to cabinets for approval. We appreciate. There are, however, still challenges that are currently facing farm workers in regard of housing, pension, medical aid, while most have limited resources to their families while at work. We also appreciate the announcement of the National Pension Fund from Honorable Minister of Labor, and we are waiting anticipation for the implementation thereof. Thank you, Minister of Labor. Farm workers also face challenges with transport to and from the farms where they are employed, and communication between most of their employers and generational farm workers is not sound. Those workers do not have land and have limited or no means to call home, as most of them only know the farm where they work as their land. Currently, the minimum cash wage for farm workers who work 45 hours per week has increased to 6 Namibian dollars per hour, or $1,170 monthly, while their ration allowances increased to 650 Namibian dollars per month. For those who do not receive these rations, the value of their minimum basic wage will only be 1,820 per month, effective 1st October 2023. These amounts are still way below a living wage, which is supposed to cater for the cost of living and that of their families, and way below the standard set accordance to the ILO minimum wage fixing convention 131 of 1970. This is also true with regards to the security industry, which continue to employ and overexploit workers worse than during the ruthless Swandler contract system that forced workers to free themselves from its hook. There are security companies that continue to win big tenders for the provision of security services, yet they do not pay their workers decently, while they use them in an over-controlled manner, including over-limiting workers' response to their calls of nature. The UNW family representing these workers note how the media reported worrisome injuries and death of security workers killed in line of their duty, as the most of them are not armed while they operate in very dangerous environments. Some security do not have uniforms. Safe identification means while those are supplied with uniforms and work identities are overcharged for its leaving them nothing or just make income to cater for the cost of living and that of their families. Given the above, NUNW raised this concern over and over to the Ministry of Labor, the government and the employers and their federations, but those workers continue to suffer as if they are not in a country which is free and independent for over 35 years. This scenario continues in the construction, wholesale and retailers, agriculture and mining, where employers opted to notorious contract system, renewable over 3, 6 or 12 months. This contract system does not allow workers' salary to grow beyond entries and in the band of their respective job categories, and limit workers to save for pension, medical services, and the education of themselves and their children. Those who have pension and medical annuities also face challenges as pension provisions are subjected on preservations and are mostly payable only in a full of those aged 55 years and or attaining pensionable age at 60 years. Against this call, NUNW need to emphasize that the plight of our workers, particularly in sectors like agriculture, security, and construction, highlights the urgent need for implementation and recommended minimum wage. The struggle of farm workers, security personnel, and those affected by exploitative labor practices underscore the necessary comprehensive land reforms. NUNW here too calls upon the government and other tripartite stakeholders to address these issues promptly to ensure that the rights and the welfare of every Namibian worker are protected, upheld, and respected. NUNW demands for a fair wage, safe working conditions, equal opportunities, echo and core principles of our movement. And together, we will continue to advocate for justice and equity. This demand is in line with the spirit of ILO Convention 187 on health and safety in the world of work. Dear Namibians, dear comrades and friends, the amendment of Section 76 of the Labor Act number 11 of 2007, the provision of the Section 76 on strike and lockouts recognize that by withdrawing their labor employees are not commit any wrongful or illegal act for which the person, which is the employer, injured, suffers any loss due to production, has the right to civil remedy. This provision has taken into consideration all odds against administrative of justice, however, also provided for a gross violations of workers' fundamental freedom conferred under Article 21 of the Constitution of Namibia. Read with Article 5, Article 18, and Article 22, A and B respectively, and 25 of the same, on the same enforcement of such fundamental conferment. The protection of employers not to compensate for time where employees withheld their labor lawfully as bargaining means fundamentally cancel and negate the intent of the Constitution which was crafted in compliance with the International Chapter on Human Rights. In this regard, the Labor Act became superior to the Constitution and created a barrier to successful and effective collective bargaining process against a very important human resource with those capital other material resources that are found in the natural world with value to human and financial resources which are essentially required for the growth and sustainability of organizations. This call comes amidst the world seeking for the considerations of this provision in line with the European Union, where countries set up and proceeded to work with supernatural law and regulations, an interpretation of which is also entrusted to supernatural judicial bodies. Unfortunately, Namibia, albeit being signatories to the International Labour Organization conventions, which impose upon member states to oblige them to guarantee minimum rights and conditions, continue as if it is the United States, Vietnam, Brazil, China, and India who did not ratify such conventions. NUNW is therefore calling upon our parliamentarians to review the Labor Act and align it to Article 144 of the Constitution of Namibia in the applications of international law in order to ensure the balance between the rights and interests of workers versus that of the employer in the collective bargaining process. Again, we want to appreciate the Honorable Minister for the update that the process is about to conclude, and we are looking forward to the lawmakers to do what is right in their own right and amend and approve this amended Labor Act. Comrades and friends, the Financial Institutes and Markets Act, FIMA, in 2021, our Parliament passed and enacted a new law on financial institutes on market which seeks to consolidate and harmonize the law to regulate financial institutions, financial intermediaries, and financial markets, Namibia. Chapter 5 of FIMA seeks to amend the provisions of Pension Act in order to enforce the preservation of pension money of employees who may resign or who have their services terminated before they attain early retirement age of 55 years or actual retirement at 60 years. This law seeks to pay out only 25% of retirement value and forcefully preserve 75% thereof, arguing that it is in the interest of the pensioners. As it stands, employees are entitled to claim their monies and or to move them to provident funds where they will have access to such monies for justified reasons. NUNW has challenged this law on behalf of all Namibian workers as it was to be implemented without due consultations. NUNW has insisted until the Minister of Finance appointed a technical committee on this FIMA law, which committee conducted national consultation in all 14 political regions of Namibia. The outcome of this consultation is a loud no to preservation, and the technical committee is yet to conclude its consultation and advise the minister. Parliamentarians who conducted their own consultation within FIMA technical committee consultation have learned that the nation is not ready for this approach, and workers are firmly united in rejecting it altogether. NUNW is firm behind workers on this call and has made its intent to minister clear that it will litigate in the event legitimate voices of Namibian workers are again suppressed. The workers say no to preservation and demand the status quo to remain. Comrades and friends, the export of raw materials outside the country, Namibia has become a target of naked exploitation under constitutional provisions such as Article 16 on property rights and driven by entitlement created under Article 98 on economic order, private and joint public-private. Article 99 on foreign direct investment, on the investment code that allows repatriation of funds in line with the protection of property rights. Unfortunately, our parliamentarians seem not to pay sufficient heed and due diligence when they allocate rights to natural resources, resulting in neglecting amendment to the sovereign ownership of the state of Namibia on behalf of its people. The allocation of rights to exploit natural resources contradicts the intent of Article 100 when read together with Article 101, which seems to have been loosely crafted and is subjecting our natural resources to risk when provisions of Chapter 11 were crafted without making any enforceable through competent court of law. NUNW is therefore alarmed by this volume of resources permitted to be exported in a law form, which only helps to exporting countries to create employment and increase the welfare in their countries while Namibians continue to live in abject poverty. With a tormenting rate of unemployment in Namibia and the escalating market saturation by most professional skilled graduates, NUNW does not see benefits from export of raw materials and here to demand immediate stoppage of export of our raw materials. NUNW insists that government sets conditions that encourage local value addition through manufacturing and processing materials and products into ready-to-consume state and export. Medical services and health facilities in the country, Your Excellency, comrades and friends, Namibia has noted with disappointment that facilities to be provided with proper medical services at state medical facilities on commercial basis and reduce the burden on state health facilities to provide subsidized medical services in a manner suiting their affordability levels. The state of the Office of the Labor Commissioner and established a tribunal platform through the Office of the Labor Commissioner and guided by the Namibian Constitution to allow an ad altem patent principle related to a right of reply through complying with Chapter 3 on fundamental conferment, 9 on the administration of justice, and 10 of the independent interventions by the Ombudsman. At independence, the Wilm Commission assisted Namibia through inquiries of labor matters, and the Labor Act of 1992 came into being and levels the labor environment for labor unions of black and white workers. Therefore, amendment of 1992 Labor Act assisted the country to establish a better dispute resolution mechanism on conciliation and arbitration to be conducted in a fashion compliant and fundamental conferment of human rights and freedom. Union W calls upon the Ministry of Labor to ensure that the functions of the Office of the Labor Commissioner are provided for in the Labor Act under Section 92 of Chapter 9 of the function of the Labor Advisory Council, which is an instrument to complement the minister's decision by advice. The function of the Labor Commission needs to be strengthened with more autonomy, and conciliators and arbitrators need to be incentivized in order to assign sufficient time to the handling of cases and to reduce the long list of outstanding cases caused by application of Section 72 on the controlling of overtime. The dishonoring of collective agreement and awards by employers. Another disheartening concern is the dishonoring of collective agreement and awards by employers undermines the very foundation of industrial relations and jeopardizes the right and the well-being of workers. Collective agreements and awards are negotiated in good faith between employers and labor representatives to establish fair wages, working conditions, and other essential terms of employment. When employers fail to uphold these agreements, they not only betray the trust of the employees, but also violate the principles of fairness and justice that are vital to harmonious workplace. This dishonoring can take various forms, including non-payment and agreed upon wages, refusal to provide promised benefits, and unilateral changes to terms and conditions without consultation. Such actions not only erode the moral and confidence of the workers, but also create an atmosphere of uncertainty and distrust. They undermine the effectiveness of collective bargaining processes and diminish the value of negotiated agreements, ultimately harming both workers and employers alike. It is an incumbent upon employers to fulfill their obligation under collective bargaining in awards, not only as a legal requirement, but also as a moral imperative. By honoring these agreements, employers demonstrate their commitment for fair, respect, and integrity in the workplace, fostering a positive and a productive environment for all. To address the dishonoring and collective agreement and awards, it is essential stakeholders, including government authorities, labor unions, and employers' organizations to work together collaboratively. This collaboration should focus on promoting awareness of rights and responsibilities, providing effective mechanisms for dispute resolutions, and enforcing compliance with agreed upon terms. By working together to uphold the integrity of collective bargaining, of collective agreement and awards, we can strengthen the fabric of our labor relations system to promote social justice, ensure that all workers are treated with the dignity and respect they deserve. The non-compliance of Section 128 of the Labor Act is amended of 2012 by users, enterprises, and private employment agency, comrades, and friends. It is with great concern that Union W addresses you today regarding an issue that affects the very foundation of fair employment practices in the country. As we gather today to celebrate Labor Day, and honor the contributions of workers to our nation, it is crucial to reflect on the principles and fairness and justice that underpin our labor laws. Section 128 of the Namibian Labor Act is clear. An employee is presumed to be employed indefinitely unless the employer can establish justification of employment on a fixed term. This provision is not merely a legal technicality, it is a fundamental principle that safeguards the rights of workers against arbitrary and unjust treatment. Unfortunately, there are instances where this provision is not being followed. We have seen cases where employees are repeatedly hired on fixed-term contracts without a valid justification, or where the employers fail to provide any justification at all. This is not only a violation of the law, but also a betrayal on the trust and dignity of our workers. It is unfortunate that Labor Amendment Act number 2 of 2012 is not being taken serious, as employers, including government, allows that sought for substitution of Section 1 of the Labor Act of 2007 by inserting new definition of employer and independent contract. The amendment also amends Section 128 of the Labor Act of 2007 by inserting definitions like place and private employment agency, including user enterprise, which is prohibited to employ individual placed by user enterprise or private employment agencies on terms and conditions of employment that are less favorable than those incumbent employees who perform the same or similar work of equal value. A close look at some government ministries, offices, and agencies has proven that even government allowed to use the donor funded to be used in the employment of workers at its establishment under the terms and conditions of employment that are less favorable. NUNW wants government as the head of tripartite dialogue between social partners on labor to lead by example and stop receiving funds that are used to disrespect laws of this country. Let us stand together in solidarity with all the workers, call for an end to the abuse of fixed-term contracts wherever it is employed, and pledge to fight tooth and nail against the reintroduction of inhuman, of the swindler type of contracts. Let us demand that employers adhere to the law and respect the right of the workers and employment and security and fair treatment. Members of the media, comrades and friends, ladies and gentlemen, in conclusion, NUNW value and salutes the sacrifice made by all workers, in particular those workers' savings, lives, and properties, in adding value to their health, food security, as well as providing other vital products and services. NUNW salutes these gallants of sons and daughters of Namibia who are risking their lives and that of their family to protect the entire nation and to keep law and order aimed at protecting lives and the public-private property. They are no doubt are the heroes and the heroines of our countries who definitely need support. Finally, NUNW value and appreciate all stakeholders and individuals who made valuable contribution to the bettering of labor relations and ensuring that fundamental rights and freedoms of all are respected and upheld by all natural legal persons. A call of action, ladies and gentlemen, members of the media, comrades and friends, as we stand united on this May Day, let us renew our commitment to the cause of labor, to the fight of dignity and respect of all workers, and to pursue of just future where every Namibian can live and work in dignity. Together, we have the power to shape a world that honors the contributions of all workers, a world where justice, equality, and prosperity reign supreme. The journey towards economic growth, improved workers' rights, and the betterment of our nation require each one of us to play our part. It is a call to support our leaders, to engage in constructive dialogue, and work tirelessly towards our shared goals. Let us honor the sacrifices of those who came before us by continuing to fight for justice and equality. Together, we can shape a future that is bright, with hope and abundance and opportunities of all Namibian workers. Viva workers, viva! Viva Ndavu! Viva MUN! Viva Natau! Viva Napu! Viva Nantu! Viva Namiu! Viva Nafinu! Viva Nafu! Viva Manvu! Aluta! Aluta! Thank you, comrades. Oh, okay.
Are we tired? Are we sleeping? This is our day, and we are going to celebrate it with long speeches from the workers. We need to be heard. I hope you were listening. Amanda! Amanda! Viva Comrade Lloyd Shanika, viva! Thank you very much for the speech on behalf of the NUNW. I wish I could add even more, but I think we are going to continue with our program. Tate Buti, after a long wait of listening to the workers' message, I want you to get ready to entertain us. But for now, let me invite the Tukulikeni Cultural Group. Please give us one item while Tate Buti is getting ready for us. Tukulikeni, bless us with the Kavango East spirit.
We are here at the Rundu Sports Stadium where the 2024 official May Day commemoration is underway. Dr. Akupa, interesting addresses by both the Minister of Labour, Industrial Relations and Employment Creation, Mr. Tony Nuyoma, and of course the General Secretary of NANTU, Madam Lloyd Shanika. What stood out for me amongst others from the Minister's address, reference to the supreme law of the land, and we touched on it earlier, that the Constitution also protects workers' rights in this country. And the Minister made mention of two articles, one being 21, it's of course part of our Bill of Rights in Chapter 3, and amongst others it makes reference to one being free to associate, one being free to withhold your labor without being subjected to criminal penalties, and at the same time to practice any profession or carry on any occupation, trade or business. What do you make of the extent to which our Bill of Rights, as enshrined in Chapter 3 of the Namibian Constitution, protects the rights of workers in this country?
Yes, those rights are enshrined, right? So it means they are super protected. However, on the issue of withholding labor, that's where the law becomes a bit tricky. Whilst an employee could withhold his or her labor, the repercussions are more on the side of the employee. So I think in his conversation, he speaks about the reform of the Labor Act. This is a clause that needs to be looked at.
You're raising an interesting point. What we need to bear in mind is, and we touched base with the acting regional commander of the Kavango East this morning during Good Morning Namibia, about those who belong to the category of employees who provide essential services, who may not embark on industrial action, who may not withhold their labor on account of the nature of the work, the duties that they perform. And they remain workers nonetheless, and they have rights nonetheless. And as far as the article is concerned, of course, you may withhold your labor, but within the confines of the law as well.
Yes, if we relate to COVID-19, for example, we saw that those that are in that category of essential services had to be on the forefront. It's one of those things. Eh? But let's take the security personnel as well. If we look just across the border in South Africa, you will realize that the personnel in the security cluster are also unionized.
Doc, perhaps we could just park that point for a moment and just have regard to the performance of the cultural troupe and resume our conversation a bit.
Absolutely.
Thank you.
Pandu, pandu, pandu. Put our hands together for the Tulukeni Cultural Group. This item. The book. Tate Buti one item. Tate Buti one item.
Two. Gabioko. Makurangesi. Nyameta te buti. Rundu chiefs asiwa kutanda bara. Udikukwato wa karab. Shooter.
Just another one from me to you. 2, 0, 0, something.
There's something quickly before I proceed. I want to say something. You know, I Google now what is the word VIP. They say it's a person that is known for the whole country. And I'm one of them. So next time, when I come here, Honorable Kutuma, you say, welcome to the booty. Thank you very much. Shooter.
Just another one.
Check for me in Songda. Honorable Governor from Kunene and Honorable Governor from Kavango. The host. The host. Viva Workers Day, viva! Viva Workers Day, viva! You know, it's because of my English is a problem. I hold it by force. But anyway, the bottom line is SWAPO. Thank you very much. Shoot up. One. Let's not waste time. The program is still long.
Thank you, Tate Buti. Pandu zonene Tate Buti. Viva Workers, viva! Viva Workers, viva! Morambudi kwazigava meraka lyoruingirisa morwa ilio eraka liopamberewa maraka pya kutanta simbudi kapinga tuzifaturura tuziture meraka lyoru Kavango elingawa zuva navenye mbudi kwa kuzifatura makuranga tuzipitise ko wato FM yazuvika pandu zonene. We proceed with the program, and I would like to invite Comrade Job Muniaro, the NUNW Secretary General, to come and introduce our keynote
Speaker, Comrade Muniaro.
Good afternoon, comrades. United we stand. Comrades, united we stand. Thank you. Let us remain united. Great honor for us today to have Comrade Deputy Prime Minister to read the speech on behalf of our President or on behalf of our government. We are honored to have a person that was born a leader. He started being a leader since 1974, when he was a class captain. Then he became a head prefect in 75. He was also a captain of a school team during those years. He was a secretary of Students Association, chairperson of the Kavango Teachers Association, so he's also our member up to date. So he has a track record of being a leader since the young age. Comrade Victoria is one of the leaders that are known or coupled to honesty, coupled to trustworthiness. It's a very good record of his work. He was the first commissioner, today called governors. So Comrade Mutora was a principal at the secondary school, Chachipapo. Maria Mungere, also a principal, a member of the Swapo Party that are affiliated, where we are affiliated since 1980. So it's actually a long-serving cadre. He has come through all the letters of the party till where he is today. He has been appointed as Deputy Minister of Water Affairs by that time. He has been also appointed as a Deputy Minister of Youth and Sport. He has been a Deputy Minister of Fisheries and Marine Resources. He was appointed as a Minister of Basic Education and Culture. He has been appointed as a Minister of Basic Education, Sport and Culture too, up to 2005. He has been also a Minister of Youth and Sport and Culture. So he's quite have a very good track record. He was a Minister of Agriculture, Water, Forestry. So he's now currently the Minister of Works, equally our Prime Minister. It tells you that the quality in him is quite remarkable. There is nobody in this Namibia who does not know his love for his work, his honesty, Therefore, I hope all Namibians has put their trust in him because he's a trustworthy person, he's honest, he has the love for our people, therefore he has received our trust. Without wasting time, because the day is short and we expect good news from the Prime Minister, the Deputy Prime Minister, I will not waste time. I will actually want to call the public sitting here to stand up and receive him warmly at this podium. Don't stop clapping hands. Continue.
Are you there? Are you ready? Everybody, clap your hands. Wah, 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 wah. Okay, let's dance.
Pandu Nene, thank you very much. Let us take our seats. Thank you, Director of our program, Mr. Nadunya. You come a little bit nearer to me. I want to introduce you also.
Please take a selfie.
He's a chairperson of the television program called The Wheels of Justice. Thank you very much for giving me the floor. Permit me first to start off by appreciating the attendance of this very important meeting. I look west, I see the stadium full. I look east, I see a gathering of people enthusiastic, the same to the north, the same to the south. Give yourself a round of applause, all of you. My colleagues, the sector minister, Comrade Utoni Nuyoma, all the members of the executive organ of the Namibian state, ministers, deputy ministers, all the members of the legislative organ of the Namibian state, the Deputy Speaker of the National Assembly, the Chairperson of the National Council, all members of both the National Assembly and National Council, meaning the Parliament of the Republic of Namibia, governors through the host governor Wagudumo, and all your colleagues who are here, the regional councillors from all the regions, all the regional councils, the local authority councillors through the host mayor Kanyanga. I also saw the mayor of Katima Mulilo here and others, everybody present here from that sector of politics, village councillors, the acting president of the National Union of Namibian Workers, Comrade Philip Munenguni, Comrade Munyaro, who has just introduced me well, Secretary General of NUNW, the presidents of all the affiliates, unions to the NUNW, so also the Secretary Generals and General Secretaries of all the affiliate unions present here. Namibian workers in your thousands, SADC workers, Africa workers, and the workers of the world. Vahompa wetu walikuto, our respected traditional leaders. Walikuto Hompa Alphonse Kaundu, Shirongo Shambunja, Walikuto Hompa Sofia Kanyetu Munjembwe, Shirongo Shasambiu, Fumu wetu Erwin Mbambo Mnika, Shirongo Shambuku Shukunya, Kurutimbi Skerete Ngiriku na Waunyenu, Nemuna Karna Shuruwana, Shakenga Mundiro, Wamshirongo Shagiriku, Washadima, Hompa Walikuto Suombe, Ukwangali Namatimbi na Nche, members of the media, ladies and gentlemen, I am singularly honored and extremely humbled to have been delegated by His Excellency Dr. Nangolo Mbumba, President of the Republic of Namibia, to deliver the government statement as prepared and signed off by himself at this auspicious and historical occasion. Just briefly before I start reading the statement, President Mbumba last week was in Tanzania on an official assignment, was invited to represent us, Namibia, and all the people in Namibia, when that great country celebrated number of years of being a union, the union of Tanganyika and the island of Zanzibar into the United Republic of Tanzania. Came back to the country. He has received on our behalf the King of Belgium, who is on a state visit to our country. And because of all those activities, he could not be present here today, personally and physically. But the message of the government through the president is here, and I'm going to read it verbatim. It starts off by wishing the workers a happy Workers' Day, the 1st of May in the year 2025. Without workers, There can be no construction without workers. There can be no commerce. There can be no trade. Hence, without workers, there can be no development. Workers are the foundation of any developed or developing society. Indeed, they are the engine of our economy, and under the auspices of the trade unions that represent them, they, the workers, in all sectors, are the bedrock of our socio-economic and political architecture. Taking this into account, I would like to thank the National Union of Namibian Workers for convening this important Workers' Day commemoration in Rundu to allow us to honor the tireless efforts and contributions of the workers across our nation and around the world. This year's global theme is social justice and decent work for all. And this theme is indeed fitting. It is also a call to action and reminds us of the importance of creating a fair, inclusive, and equitable society where every individual has access to dignified work and a decent standard of living. Importantly, I'm pleased with the national theme that the National Union of Namibian Workers has chosen for this year's commemoration, namely Namibian Workers United for Economic Growth and Development in the Year of Expectations and Beyond, end of quote. This theme reinforces the unity of purpose and the compact that exists between the government, the workers, and the private sector. Here, before I continue, I can only add one sentence. The speakers who spoke before me here represented the government through the sector minister, Comrade Utoni Nyoma, who highlighted how the laws and the policies and the programs of government related to workers and employers are being implemented. The representative of the employers was also here. Then the representative of the workers through the Secretary General of NANTU was here. Those three statements, dear leaders of the workers, must be scrutinized, be discussed, because it articulates the various issues concerning the workers. I continue with reading. Our late President, Dr. Hageji Geingob, we already observed a moment of silence in his honor, always advocated that we all must harambe together. thereby promoting the ethos of working together and pulling together in the same direction. Your recognition, leaders of NUNW and members and workers in general, your recognition and promise to embrace the legacy of Dr. Hage Gottfried Keingop is indeed very laudable, and his enduring values of unity, nation building, and a shared prosperity should continue, must continue to inspire and guide us in the months and years to come. I should reassure you that the government holds the aspiration of dignified work and the rights of workers very dearly. As the minister and other speakers said, even the party that is governing was formed by workers. Our founding president, his colleagues, he was a railway worker. Many of them were farm workers, workers in the fishing factories, and so on. Therefore, we will continue to pursue progressive policies for the benefit of workers, and in this regard, we are cognizant of the rationale for a national minimum wage to benefit low-paid workers, and the minister articulated the progress. Namibia joined the United Nations Global Accelerator of Jobs and Social Protection Program to address, in particular, youth unemployment in our country and enhance social protection through impactful programs. Here I can only add one sentence. If you look at the programs that are largely implemented through the Ministry of Gender Equality and Child Welfare, those programs are largely social welfare programs, be they pensions, be they assistance to the marginalized, be they assistance to the vulnerable. Those are social programs, and that's what the president is referring to here. And this also includes initiatives such as the establishment of the Social Security National Pension Fund and the National Unemployment Fund, and amendments to the Labor Act, Employee Compensation Act, Affirmative Action Act, and the introduction of a comprehensive occupational safety and health bill. We shall not forget the heroic roles of our workers in the liberation struggle under the decisive leadership of NUNW. From the 1960s to the 1980s, the workers, alongside the churches and the students, as key players, emerged, and they played a very important role in the internal resistance, which was led by SWAPO. And therefore, Workers' Day don't get any other maybe confusion. The Secretary General of the party is here. And I welcome her, because you cannot have NUNW separated from SWAPO. But we also do recognize the presence of every political leader who's here. Because the position of government is that political parties are very important vehicles through which democratic participation in the country's political affairs are guaranteed. We will therefore continue to celebrate the Namibian labor's movement's significant role in the decolonization of Namibia and freedom of its people. Today, in an independent Namibia, we are reminded that dedication, resilience, and hard work of our workers remain the foundation of our country's development, economic growth, and prosperity. Dear workers, ladies and gentlemen, government has taken deliberate steps to safeguard workers' rights and to promote workers' welfare across all sectors by enacting robust laws and policies. We therefore urge employers, and when we talk about employers, we are also referring to the government itself, because government is also an employer. The workers that are members of, for example, NANTU and NAPVU are in the public service. So we are also talking to ourselves as government. When we say employers are urged to respect the laws of the country, particularly the labor laws. Similarly, we urge workers to respect the same laws that protect them. Also, our labor inspectors must diligently enforce the Labor Act in all sectors and across all industries without fear or favor. We have made many strides so far, and developmental journey we have walked is praiseworthy. However, Namibia is still confronted by the challenges of low economic growth and high inflation affecting workers' livelihoods and job security. High unemployment, which is disproportionately affecting the youth, is another focus area. These are issues that enjoy our collective and individual attention as government on a daily basis. As a means of addressing the challenges, I, that is the President, have just highlighted, we have started various initiatives, including the United Nations Global Accelerator of Jobs and Social Protection. Currently, government is developing the third National Employment Policy through the Ministry of Labor, an implementation plan. This policy tool will allow us to analyze country-specific inequalities, challenges, and opportunities that are likely to arise from the future of work transitions under the fourth and fifth industrial revolution. I implore workers' unions and employers to embrace the future of work through reskilling and upskilling to embrace the jobs of the future. To this end, new industries such as the emerging green hydrogen and recent massive oil and gas discoveries in Namibian waters means that entirely new industries and new job opportunities are arising, for which workers must organize themselves to take full advantage of. Our ability to face challenges and to embrace opportunities will require a stronger partnership between labor unions, the private sector, and the government. And we must not lose sight of the fact that we are all concerned about the same issues. And we want the best for workers. Meaning, when we say we have a problem of poverty, where we have the problem of unemployment, it does not mean that some people maybe do not feel for this. Government in particular is very concerned, and therefore our call is that collectively we must devise ways and means how to address these problems. For that reason, government will continue to work together, leadership of NUNW and the workers in general, and the affiliate trade unions to ensure that no worker is left behind. In this year of expectations, let us together envision a society where every worker's rights are protected, where labor is valued, and where labor is rewarded fairly, and where prosperity must be shared. Together, let us build a brighter, more inclusive future for generations to come. Your motto, united we stand and divided we fall, have inspired us in the past, must continue to inspire us in the present, and will have to continue to inspire us in the future for a better Namibia. A Namibia defined by economic growth, sustained development, and shared prosperity. Long live the legacy of President Hage Gottfried Geingob. Long live. Long live the National Union of the Namibian Workers. Long live. Long live the United Workers of Namibia. Happy Workers' Day to all Namibian workers. Happy Workers' Day to all the world's workers. I thank you. Signed off, Dr. Nangolo Mbumba, President of the Republic of Namibia. Read by John Mutorwa, who is an honorary member of one of the unions. In terms of my profession, I'm an honorary and permanent member of the Namibia National Teachers Union. And don't be surprised if I come back and I stand in front of the classroom. Thank you.
Okay, let's dance. Here come how that region. Let's most dilatate. Let us celebrate. Are you ready? Everybody, grab your hand. Walk, 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 walk. Okay.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Honorable Deputy Prime Minister who also introduced me as the chairperson of the Wheels of Justice. Well, that is indeed true. I'm the host, but behind me is a hard-working team of workers. Thank you so much. We are now going to have an announcement by Comrade Petrus to Conjanine Vonga, the General Secretary of NAPU. But before that, let's quickly have one performance, an item by Swart Baster. Swart Baster. Thank you.
Yeah. Pomuri hapo. Ambare nirengeme area iva kudana mara kuona ira wakoni wanashingira bora kama iva kudana mandante kondi wani pomuri. Aji area iva kudana ambe area iva kudana yimbenu. Ajuani area iva kudana. Nano maviva. Awe mpandu unele kwa kuto wetu wana hapa wakondi wetu wana pako kako dodi kori nano marwana kama kona kupandura morano kuruwana nongondo kondo mtu mukuri keshirongo shetu pali gori nawa okay tuyende kutwara mulko wangu rote shwari toru wana menye waende wetu wana hatu wanakazia mailing from Macy ekuomje ikanlies vandek sukno apele na blai extra for live the Vande home and the lane J Mood Bestlake of J Mayville Burio itipuya Burio itipuya Sakaran Barjamali that's it DJ Just okay, engoni garu nikaimba weno. Na hora na manjia muimbe na memora ino ngora mai iyo tuda karpa tuwar kaya ningu bindu tu murundo na hivi. Okay, DJ we go.
May leave in Macy a whoop jig.
Riela la nana ye. Akwetwa kwetu kuchimungulinga. Mujifuji chalamba kungeji tweza. Tangwara kufari yora kuhiluka. Yibenu! Riela nana ye. Bravo! Akwetwa kuchimungulinga. Yes! Mujifuji chalamba kungeji tweza. Tangwara kufari yora kuhiluka. Okay, let's go.
Rielamba la nana ye. Akwetwa kujimungulinga. Mujifuji chalamba kungeji tweza. Tangwara kufari yora kuhiluka. Rielamba la nana ye. Akwetwa kujimungulinga. Mujifuji chalamba kungeji tweza. Tangwara kufari yora kuhiluka.
Rundu. Thank you.
The first day of May 2024, we're still at the Rundu Sports Stadium where the official commemoration of Workers' Day is underway. We've seen a number of electric and electrifying performances by various Namibian artists, keeping the juices flowing here at the Rundu Sports Stadium. Doctor, what is fascinating for me about the speech read on behalf of the head of state by our Deputy Prime Minister, who's also the Minister of Works and Transport, John Mutorowa, his mention of the Global Accelerator Program. Being on the periphery, to me that signifies how important this program is and that we need to capitalize on it as best as we can, especially in our capacity as a champion country. What were your observations of the keynote address?
Yes, I'm actually delighted that the speech of the president places emphasis on how important the global accelerator is. And I think we still need to do more advocacy work so that people or the stakeholders get to understand what the mission is about. There is a UN involved, there is a government involved, there are also other entities involved. So how do we make it realize? And remember that it only has a particular period of time through which or by which we must have done certain things. Yeah, so it's a very good emphasis he made on the subject of global accelerator. But you see, the Minister of Labour also said something about the global accelerator, and it gives more courage to say at least they are talking about it. You know, like from the office of the president to the office of the minister to the office of the Minister of Labour.
It enjoys high-level support. In other words,
yes, it means it enjoys high-level support.
An endorsement.
An endorsement.
Yeah.
Yeah, and also I think Denver is the highlight of the speech of the Minister of Labour, where he actually confirms that the reforms have taken a bit too long, and that something is about to happen. And the wish of a worker or an employer will be for this to happen very soon, and rather than later, because it's already been delayed. I'm also happy that he mentioned the issue of the Social Security Act. I'm also happy that he mentioned something about the Employment Equity Act. So at least there is a movement in a particular direction, but it's all about the implementations. Yeah. And I think Denver, we cannot afford now anymore, now that our social protection flows have become so limited that we don't have extension of national pension. We cannot just afford it anymore, and this should really move very fast. Yeah.
Speaking of implementation and acceleration, Doctor, what also featured particularly in the address of Madam Loida Shanika, General Secretary of NANTU, that she delivered on behalf of the umbrella body, is that the proposed minimum wage is $18 Namibian per hour.
Yes.
We have to admit that that may not be a very significant amount.
Absolutely. It's not significant. And we have seen, for example, that some other players who are involved have also questioned the amount already. And I think the most important thing here is to say, even when you compute, as you were trying to compute the amount already here, we saw how minute it is. But it's to say, at least
$2,880 Namibian according to my computation.
Yes, so at least if there is a legal framework that guides the national minimum wage, at least we will be starting somewhere, and that should also be explained, that that would not be the salary, it's just the entry level salary that is approved nationally.
What we do know is, despite that reality, that there could be employers exploiting that very fact Because if it becomes a national minimum wage implemented across the board in the country, some employers could say, this is what the only amount I need to pay you in terms of a minimum entry level amount. Therefore, that's where I will remain.
Yes, but some players are likely to take that route, but the advocacy level should be enhanced so that people do not see or consider the minimum wage level as the beginning and the end. That should only regulate in terms of what what people should at least start earning.
Thank you, Doctor.
Yeah. Yes.
Thank
yes,
you so much.
Yes.
For the work environment to prosper, we need economic growth and we need development. And therefore, we need to work together to make it happen. In the year of expectation, as per the theme of this May Day, the year of expectations, we are referring to 2024, this year. Director of Ceremony, allow me at this point to discharge a responsibility through Comrade Job Munyaro, which will be a special announcement to the gathering here, to all workers out there, and indeed to the Namibian people. As Comrade Munyaro move forth to the podium, I want to request with urgency all president of the affiliate unions, deputies, first deputies, second deputies, general secretaries, and deputy general secretaries, members of the NUNW EXCO and Central Committee present, including the associate members of NUNW Central Committee. May you move forward, comrade. Some can stand this side and others on this side, as I request Comrade Munyaro to come to the podium and do the special announcement. Thank you. But then before he starts, I want to make sure that don't stand behind one another. There is enough. Some, I said, move this side. No one should be behind the other one. Move that side. This side of the tender. This side. That side. Where the cameras are, yeah? Standing are the leaders of the NUNW. This is NUNW Central Committee, President of the Union, General Secretaries and Deputy General Secretaries, and therefore Comrade Munyaro is going to do the special announcement on behalf of the National Union of Namibian Workers. Comrade Munyaro.
Thank you very much, comrades. Viva NUNW! Viva NUNW! United we stand. Thank you. Comrade Nyawanga has just read the theme. In the theme, there is very, very important words that demands leadership from us and from our government to make sure it's going to be realized. There is an issue of unity. There is an issue of economic growth. There is an issue of development. And there is the biggest one, the expectations. Who can do that? We are expecting the political leaders of this country to have a very big listening ear for us to realize what we desired as a federation. Therefore, this year is a year of elections. And we as a federation has a decision as to how things will be done in the future. There is 6 months to go before elections. Therefore, comrades, we are looking for a mother who is multitask. We are looking for a person who is highly disciplined. A person who is trustworthy for this Namibian nation. A person who is dedicated. A leader that carries the quality of leadership. A non-corrupt leader. A very highly competent leader. A problem solver. A person with that empathy. A person with communication and who is an active listener. A person with resilience, self-awareness, and a person with a greater vision for this country, Namibia. We were just talking about our raw minerals. We want the vision. Therefore, comrades, we have been talking, we can now classify people in terms of how they have reached somewhere else. I'm speaking with a mandate of the leadership that are standing here and the people who are in front of us, the Namibian workers. Therefore, without any shame, this year, 2024, the workers' presidential candidate is Comrade Netumbo Nandi Daitwa. She is going to be the workers' president, a workers' leader, a visionary president. Thank you and all the best.
There is one thing that is not coming by itself. As NUW, we have announced our candidate come November presidential and National Assembly elections. But announcing and communicating to all workers and the party where NUW is an affiliate. Announcing a candidate is one thing, but when we announce, we want to
achieve what we have announced. And that can only be achieved through hard work. The workers together and the SWAPO party, where NUNW is an affiliate, we need to work hard in order to achieve that. In the speeches read by speech of the President, you were informed, comrade, how NUNW was established. We uphold that ideology, and that is who we are. Comrades, you may be seated. Thank you. Now I'm going to just deal with some few announcements, comrades. And these announcements are important because for the time we have been here since this morning, we lost good number of energy. And this announcement is aimed toward compensating just that. And therefore, is very important to us collectively and as individuals. Before I start, I want to announce to the gathering here and the people of Namibia that during our preparation, we have approached the government through the Minister of Environment and Tourism to assist us with some means relating to logistics, more particularly meat. And on behalf of members and leaders of the NUNW, I want to thank the government through the Ministry of Environment and Tourism for responding to our request favorably and donate 2 elands to this event. Comrade, yeah, thank you. The service is going to be conducted this way. The higher table, the presidents of NUNW and affiliate, ministers and deputy ministers present, members of the National Assembly and National Council, the General Secretary of the SWAPO Party, regional governors, regional councillors, our mayors and local authority councillors, our associate members of the NUNW, including CEOs and directors of the business of companies owned by union affiliated to the NUNW, our home bar of Sambio and home bar of Mbunza,
slowly approaching the end of the official program underway at the Rundu Sports Stadium in Kavango East, the official commemoration of May Day. Doctor, what do you make of the announcement that we just witnessed in terms of the presidential candidate that the NUNW as a mother body intends to endorse?
Yes, the NUNW has been observed over the years since independence to be always announcing their endorsement on the presidential candidates of the ruling party. has happened in Katima when the late former head of state was endorsed, and also before the former president Pohamba has always been endorsed in this was also endorsed in this particular fashion. So I think the federation is continuing on that tradition of supporting as an affiliate, but this endorsement also should be viewed in a sense of them wanting to influence policy at the ruling party level. So the endorsement should not only be a mere endorsement, but it must be accompanied by a political accord in terms of what it wants to also influence. Otherwise, it will just be an empty endorsement. But I think, given the activity today, the presence of the people in terms of attendance, I think it was the right place for the federation to do such an endorsement and announcement.
Am I inferring correctly that you're saying that endorsement that we witnessed today is not without significance?
It's not without significance, and it must be accompanied by a political accord. This accord has been in existence, and it has not been reviewed for some time. Now the federation has embarked on a process to review the accord, so that when they go now back to the ruling party, they are going to tell them that these are the areas we want to collaborate on, and these areas will be highlighted in the accord, so that they can also be able to hold each other accountable in terms of delivery of policy and other services as it were.
Doctor, as we're slowly starting to wrap up the events here at the Rundu Sports Stadium, we do know that Team Windhoek is on standby with a delayed 1 o'clock news bulletin. We touched on the minimum wage and the proposed amount of $18 million earlier. What we do know is this is the culmination of work done by a commission under the chairpersonship, of course, of Dr. Marius Kudumo. And from our understanding, today, the Cabinet is to decide on the amount and the way forward, and certainly how it will work out in terms of regulations. What is your take on it being the culmination of work done by the Commission? However, there does appear to be consensus already that may not be sufficient in pursuit of a dignified living.
Yeah, you see, Denver, there will be consensus, but they might also not be consensus. But I think the important thing here is the idea to say that there is a need to be a national minimum wage. And this culmination that you're talking about was as a result of extensive consultation with all the stakeholders. I know, for example, that at Larry we did a paper for the trade unions about that particular subject, and a lot of views came out. And these consultations we did them across all federations, and certainly there is a consensus that there is a need for a national minimum wage. But the problem was the figure, and as we have spoken about the figure a while ago, we have seen that it's going to be still a contentious issue because of its size, or because of what the amount is. But I think the important thing is to say there will be some sort of regulatory framework to implement the national minimum wage if it is approved in that form by the cabinet.
Thank you, Doctor.
Yes.
We have covered significant ground during the course of the morning, Doctor, and we do want to acknowledge the fact that you sacrificed your Workers' Day to be in our presence and to serve the Namibian nation. Speaking about consolidation, though, we do know that this day was dedicated to the efforts of our late President, Dr. Hage G. Geingob. If we have regard to policy interventions on his part, and I do know we touched on it during our breakfast engagement earlier this morning, can we just briefly outline the extent to which the Harambee Prosperity Plan, particularly 2 and 2 of its pillars, make reference and make provision for exactly this?
Yes, I think in terms of how this relates to the Harambee Prosperity Plan, or the legacy, as it were, there is a need. You realize that the state at the time had realized the need to have those engagements, and at the level of social progression, the head of state himself has been on the road to engage the various communities on the issue of economic advancement. The head of state has been on the road to canvass interest in terms of investment across the globe. So we see a man and his team who has been hard at work. But now the issue should be how his team would implement these ideas. And I think that is where our challenge is going to be. And that is why, as we spoke in the morning, to say that we have good policies, but we don't have resources to implement them. How do we go about that? And I think this is what we need to work towards too, because everybody seems to agree that there is a need to do certain things. Yeah.
Even at the time of his death, I think there was consensus that he set the bar so high and he's paved the way so well. But there vests in us and all of us as Namibians a very serious responsibility to implement those plans, to see to it that his hopes for this country do in fact realize during our lifetime.
Yes, absolutely. At least it should be in our lifetime, at least, so that because it should be in our lifetime, so that we do not end up mortgaging the future of our great-grandchildren if we don't do these things correctly. So the ideas were the best.
Thank you, Doctor.
Yes.
Thank you.
Viva Natal, viva! Viva Nafinu, viva! Viva Nantu, viva! Viva Larry, viva! His Excellency Dr. Nangoro Mbumba, President of the Republic of Namibia, as well as the first worker, represented by Honorable John Mutora, the Deputy Minister of the Deputy Prime Minister of Namibia.
And with that, we've come to the end of our special Workers' Day broadcast from the Rundu Sports Stadium here in Kavango East. From me, Denver Kisting, Dr. Michael Akupa, from Larry and the entire crew of NBC workers who also sacrificed their public holiday to serve you, the Namibian nation. It's goodbye. Dapewa Mbambi is standing by with the delayed news bulletin in the Namibian capital. Goodbye.
This is NBC One. It's ours.
Workers' Day serves as both a celebration of workers' rights and a reminder of the essential role that trade unions and labor organizations play. Join us in Rundu in the Kavango East Region for this year's Workers' Day commemorations under the theme Namibian Workers United for economic growth and development in the year of expectations and beyond. NUNW embracing the legacy of the late President Dr. Hage Geingob. Catch your favorite TV current affairs programs, Good Morning Namibia, Talk of the Nation, One on One, as well as Wheels of Justice on the margins of this event. Tune on to all NBC platforms for these special broadcasts. Do not miss the official commemoration of May Day, the 1st of May, as from 9 a.m. NBC, it's ours.
Join Vicky and Moni on their enchanting journey of love this Sunday as they invite you to share in the joy of their union on NBC2. Experience the fun and excitement only on NBC.
This is NBC One. It's ours.